Hello everyone, good morning, how y'all doing? No picnic fire here. Alright, this is Breath Fire 2, any percent good ending. Why good ending? I was never told why we don't do the any percent. Any percent neutral ending would technically be faster by about 5 to 7 minutes. I chalk it up as doing the good ending is the right thing to do, and that's why we do it. Plus it's a 7-hour run, so why not? The unique challenge with this game is that it is so hard to run away from encounters, from random encounters, that we just have to fight them. It'd be really tough to go the whole game with just fleeing from every battle. So I'm going to be handling every encounter. That becomes more of a boss than the bosses themselves. But that's going to be trivialized with the glitch that I'll start to explain in a little bit here. I'm playing on a black and white TV, that's why we have no color here. We start in a small town called Gate. Soon we're gonna find out why it's called Gate. Because of this dragon who protects the gate. But this is a scripted fight, you can't win. If you glitch out the game to get some ridiculous attack or change the HP values, the game will just soft block. You just need to get the beat down to 6 HP. Yes, we've upgraded to color. So this is our sister and our father here. We're not going to get too much in the plot. A lot of the stuff that kind of happens 2/3 way through the game, it's kind of like, oh, and it all collects, and it's actually a really good plot. I'm not going to be talking too much other than kind of what's going on with the game. I named my hero B just out of superstition. Like, when I was first learning to speedrun this game, I just ended up with the second slot and the letter B for whatever reason. There's no method to it other than that. We're gonna be asked if we want to close our eyes and have a dream about mom, but we're gonna say no. That costs about 8 seconds. The little cutscene with seeing the image of Barberry. This game is infamously translated very poorly, but myself and many others like the game for that reason. So now the villagers have all had their memories erased. They don't know who I am. They think we're an orphan and our father and sister are gone. Meet Bo. He's our dog. I don't know where he puts his candle. I really don't want to know where. You like me, just a poor child. But this place is worthless. I'm going to another village. Are you going to stay here? No. I always think that the question is, do you want to go with me? Which is, in my head, yes. There's lots of text boxes in this game that are just in the wrong place. And it's cost runners. Several runs at multiple points. Say hello and goodbye to the rain effect for the one time it's used in the game. Another challenge to this game, besides just dealing with the random counters, is the amount of micro thinking you have to do. Because of the random battles, there's really only 3 places in the game where I get like a 30-second input to even walk away from the game. Otherwise, I'm always spamming text or something of that nature. Are you saying you are the one? The child? Then prove it. So Barberry here is going to be the only thing that's an inkling to what is to come in the late game. The game doesn't really have like a central villain that you're chasing the whole time. We're just kind of taunted here, telling us to prove our strength, and then we get this long prolong and a 10-year time skip. Excuse me. So I'm gonna go over a glitch real quick because it's gonna be hard for me to explain what's going on while it's happening. There's a major glitch in this game called the switch glitch, and that's when you go into a menu in your menu in the game and you go to switch item. If you hit A and B at the same time, it freaks the game out. It gets scared and it doesn't know quite what to do. And this, the earlier versions of the glitch resulted in basically a duplication glitch that gave you as much money as you want. So I'm gonna begin about 1.6 million zenny, or in this game it's called coins. That money's gonna be used later on to save me about 10 minutes. It was thought that the tree pole accessory was tied to this glitch, but really it's using an accessory with switch glitch. Another way to use the switch glitch is to, instead of using the accessory, which I'm going to use fishing bait, if you use a piece of armor, you can duplicate it. So if you have like a steel sword as your default item, if you do the switch glitch with the steel sword in your inventory at a weapon shop, you can duplicate that steel sword onto anyone in your party who can wear a steel sword. And then the last method that's the switch glitch is used for is to get a bugged weapon on our characters, and that can be used to get a bugged weapon on anyone except for Ryu. And I'm going to be turning item 6. So 6 urchin. Item 6 is the moondrop. The other item I'm going to be getting is the vanilla extract, but I won't get that until later. The moondrop does a full group heal, including reviving anyone. But to more accurately describe it, it also debuffs anyone. And that'll become a factor later on in the run, and I'll explain that more in detail later. So just know I'm going to be duplicating a bunch of money using that switch glitch. I'm going to set up the moondrop glitch, which is going to get a moondrop to Sten. I'm also going to get one for Nina before I get her in party. And that moondrop has 64 attack power, the holy element, and twin attack. There's only one weapon in the game that does twin attack, and that's Bo's twin weapon. So to do this glitch, or the money glitch properly, I gotta have Ryu in slot 2. And that affiliates to Sten right now. Right now the game thinks that Ryu's in slot 1, well now, Bo's in slot 1, Ryu's in slot 2, Cat's at 3, Ran is 4, Nina's 5, and Sten is 6. So since Ryu's in slot 2 right now, he can affect whoever's in slot 6, which is Sten. You've seen a bad... I almost had it. It was up to 16, but there was a number count in the background. I was off the rhythm there. But hitting A and B at the same time, every time I went to sell the item, it wouldn't actually trade in the item. And then at the end there, I actually turned in the Urchin, and that's what gave me my bug weapon to Sten. Smoke is an item in the game that reduces your encounter rate. Casually it feels like it doesn't do anything. Sometimes in speedrun it feels like it doesn't do anything, but it does help you out. But this is such a grindy game that you really don't want to be using smoke. Part of the reason why it's hard to run away in this game is that enemies have an agility between 0 and 7. So throughout the run, if one of my characters is close to outspeeding an enemy, you'll see they will sometimes make the speed roll, and then other times they won't. A lot of the optimization at the beginning of the game is just trying to use a menu at the same time where I need to use smoke. This is a really bad fight to get at level 1. These things take a long time to attack. You get very little XP. And aside from getting a special attack, they won't be killed in one hit. They got 16 HP. XP for the most part is not a big issue. I'll be talking a little bit at the beginning of the game. But at some point it really doesn't matter to the end game, and there's only a few levels I care about, and we hit them just about every time. One thing that stinks about using the smokes is that unlike Breath of Fire 1, lead up. When the smoke is in effect, you can't use another one, and they last 64 tiles. You either have to be good at counting, which I'm not, or I just got a bunch of spots like memorized. Like, I call them smoke tiles. You'll probably hear me use that term, and that's just visually knowing the tile that I used the smoke on. For anyone like interested in learning the game, that's something you don't need to have like memorized. You can get by with a half-known smoke route and do just fine. The harpies here, the back two have 40 HP and the front one has 90. They'll always go for Ryu, and the second turn they'll attack each other. So I'm gonna put my party in scramble formation. The game doesn't really explain the formations to you, but with 2 party members in Scramble, the first character is in a +2 state, and the second character is in a -2 state. What do I mean by that? Well, in the +2 state, you're doing 20% more offense at the cost of 20% defense. And in a negative state, it doesn't scale the same. So like a -2 is doing 10% less offense at the cost of... Sorry. At the cost of 10% offense, you're taking 15% less damage. A really good harpy fight. Oh, by the way, we are rangers now, and we're trying to save a little girl's pet. Notice I used the word pet. We wanted a bigger challenge, but the elder wouldn't give it to us. For the most part, no matter what formation you're in throughout the game, the closer you are to the front of the party, the higher your offense value is going to be. And also increases odds being attacked. So later on in the game with 4 characters, it's best to have casters in the 3rd or 4th slot, because they're going to be in a higher offense state, and they're less likely to be attacked. So essentially it gives you a front row, back row mechanic without telling you that. And you always get level 5 after the battle with the harpies. In this game there's no power leveling a character. Like if Bo would have been dead for that fight with the harpies, Ryu would have gotten the same XP either way. So there's no benefit of like leaving a character out. There's only a few places where that happens, where it doesn't fill up your party. And there's no benefit to leaving any characters dead. So even though it'd be ideal to have lead-offs here, this corpse fight here and a fight with 2 spiders is actually really good. They're worth a good amount of XP. And ideally, I want to leave this mountain and the next boss battle with Ryu being level 6. Makes it a little bit easier. / safer. So there we saw one corpse get their turn in and the other one didn't. So we beat the one with the speed roll. But there's enemies in this game with the agility of 1, stone enemies, and you're still slower than them. / fail to run away. Lead off. Get the lead off, take the lead off. Mina isn't a little girl. That's true. Mina, who we are helping out right now by finding her pet. She is the princess of Windia. And I'll come into play later on. As you can see, the game has quite the high encounter rate. All the characters can get crits, aka specials. Only Ryu and Cat can counterattack. Now, the reason why I bought my armor earlier was to switch it out. That way, after this boss fight, I can do a death warp. And that's also why I deposit my money. Anytime I do a death, I lose half my money. And there's also going to be a scene later on where all my money's taken. I don't want that sweet, sweet $1.5 million to be stolen. These pets just have 10 HP, so I'm just going to switch to normal formation, auto battle. If Bo dies in the next fight, that's alright, but we need Ryu to be alive. We don't need it, but we do, for the XP. This roach is the only boss in the game that can do a will ability to get up. I forget the odds, it's been so long. I can't remember if it's a 3 in 5 chance to get up or a 1 in 5. He's got 100 HP, so once he gets up, it takes about 34 HP to get up. So to get him after one get up is good. This old man in the ruins, Nero, is gonna share his dinner with us. Little piggy found. Oh, the piggy has a collar. Question him about the pet. Says he hasn't ate a cat or dog lately. And boom, boom, boom. The pet is the pig, Susie. Job well done. Again, downgrading my equipment so I can do a death warp here. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't get level 6. Good job, Bo. We present to you evidence A. Even cleaned it. That's the last time you're gonna see those 2 guards. And we are rewarded with 500 coins. Big whoop. We just got over $1 million from the market a little bit ago. So that dragon tier there, is the tier of the dragon. It's explained much later what it is, but essentially it's just a plot device that peers into one's heart and kind of shows their mood towards you. So the lighter the hue, the greater the mood, and the darker, the more malice the mood is towards you. Aside from a few different spells that we won't cast in this speed run, some which require a good mood, it won't come into effect. But since the game never explains it, like in the beginning or at all until the very end, you're left wondering, like, it seems like when I talk to a main character it normally shows up, but it's not always the case. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I hope you like seeing Bo there, because that's the last time we're going to see him for a while. This is pretty much the plot here. We are rescue rangers now, and our dog, we're going to find out, just got caught stealing. Bad dog. Well, he really wasn't trying to steal. I mean, he was, but he wasn't. It's a little bit faster, just say no there. Magic hood. Yeah, so we don't bow for a while. The characters actually do level up at different rates. Like our next character that we're gonna get is Cat, and she levels up the quickest in the game. The only part of that story I don't believe, Bo, is you running. That beer gut you got. I don't know how we make a profit. We leave the fire running, the water running. That's a common trend in this game. Everyone likes to leave their water running. Oops. One thing with the text in this game, it's slow, but it's actually going faster since I'm holding B. If you hold B, the text moves faster. That's gonna tie into something I'll talk about later. With text boxes. Here you tell the guard whatever, and he'll still let you leave town. You say, I got Bo. He's like, oh, well, I believe he's innocent. Can you please prove it? We have to now go through the mountains without Bo. Even though we're carrying him, it's not like you can jump out and pop a shot at these Gons. And this part of the reason why level 6 or level 5 stinks is you can't one-shot these guys, but level 6 you can. Which is a good point, or a good time to point out that your levels in this game are fixed. So my level 5 Ryu is the same as any other level 5 Ryu. So level ups do have a significant amount of stats that are gained. One level you can go from easy mode to hard mode as far as like taking damage. So Nero doesn't mind hiding Bo. In fact, he's got some work for him to do. We're gonna get epic music for about a minute here. As far as getting a run off, the next 30 minutes is the hardest part for someone like really going for a PB or the world record. We'll see what kind of luck I get here. The force of death that's coming up. Yes, death. We're gonna be trying to run away. The fights take a very long time to do. So we kind of yell for it and just try to run away. I say, just like Dragon Quest, once you cross a bridge, it's fire and brimstone. So it's going to take a battle before the bridge to reset the step counter. Even getting the Corsair is quite the challenge because the mobs scale up quite a bit, and I'm going to be trying to run away. If I get 2 enemies, it's pretty much rip, and I'll have to run back. Oops, helps if I use the smoke there. Yeah, these guys have a high counter rate. They take 3 hits to kill. Fabrio. And that's why this part of the run can be brutal. Not a big deal though. And that's how bad running away is in this game. I'll take this just to reset my step counter. This is a hunting spot. Only Bo and Cat can hunt. That devil kid there has a gold drop that he can drop, but might have been worth trying to go for it. But not today. This is a really bad encounter. These guys can put you to sleep. Sleep in this game, there's Sweet Breath. Sweet Breath's the ability that can put you to sleep. And it's not until you take a physical attack that you are able to run away once you're put asleep. That's the worst encounter you can get, in my opinion, coming to here. But we made it. So I'm going to do the switch glitch to get a moon drop for Nina, now that Ryu's in slot 1. I could have done it before. So I'm turning 6 urchins. That value can be different, like I can manipulate the value, but 6 is the item I want right now. Right. Help BLs have restore 100 HP instead of 40 that the herbs do. I bought some armor for characters that we're going to be getting a little bit here. And the progressive story we need to... We're looking for the woman who actually stole from Trout. We were given a tip that she might be here at Corsair. Or often I like to call it the Coliseum. We meet Rand. Says the debut fighter's always a guy in Tagwoods. We'll save our game here. So they know the debut fighter. Obviously they've seen him because he's always the debut fighter. And my smoke counter got messed up from that death, so I'm gonna try to just change it up a little bit here to get back on track. There we go. So they know Bubba. Bubba is the name of the fighter. But yet, when I come with his axe, they're just gonna accept me. Again, we're fighting a devil kid here. I'm just gonna kill him for the reason I mentioned earlier, for the gold. Now that I got some newer armor, easier fight. And also he's tough to run away from. This is the Forest of Death I was talking about. This is a horrible fight. The bugbears will either miss or crit. There's no normal attack. It's actually scripted to have, like, they basically cast the spell crit. Ace cancel. So I'm going to begin a gold drop from here. The gold is used for fishing. We need 2 in the run. There's 1 here in the treasure chest, and then in Sima Fort, in a little bit we hope for another one to drop. If one doesn't drop there, I'm going to get a backup. Another horrible fight, because the plant can put you to sleep, and again the bugbear has this high crit rate. And we're lucky to get away. So I'm getting all the lucky encounters today. There is a category, introductory category, that was created by myself and a few others to help new runners who are interested in the game. It's called Terrapin %. I'm gonna die. Cool. And that's why it's the Force of Death. This is on the SNES. But what I was saying about the Terrapin % was that up until Terrapin, pretty much the same run. And by learning that, you actually learn the hardest part of the game. I could have went for a heal there, but the bugbear would have hit me. It would have been lights out anyway. I mean, in that case, he did miss. But just really wasn't a good situation. I was just about to bubba. At least I got the gold. My goodness. Even when I went for the heal, I was screwed. Alright, so if you watched Relay last year, you're pretty much seeing a repeat of what happened to me. This is very unfortunate. This is also why I gave the run about a 25-minute generous minute extra time in my estimate, in case the beginning trolled me, or the end. After this, because of the moon drop, the run is pretty much in bubble wrap from after this point. Two harpies isn't bad, just because they're doing between 7 and 8 damage. So if I can't run away, it's not bad to get a heal off. Unlike the bugbear that does just high random damage. And they have enough AP to cast Cure 1 twice. That's why it takes 2 hits to kill them. They can cast Cure 1 twice. So it makes for a long fight. This is right. I don't see a bugbear or a plant. Now they'll probably both try to heal the one harpy. Smoke tiles got all messed up. 2 plants is actually not too bad, since their damage is relatively low. It just stinks that you can't randomly wake up on a turn. At this point, it's just better going for Bubba. Alright, Bubba's not bad. He's got 169 HP. And he can counter. And counter the first turn. We're always going to be faster than them. Yeah, the game loves to reuse names from game to game. So I kind of look at Bubba as being Bunyan. In fact, I think in the retranslation of this game, he's called Bunyan. Just plain safe. Now we're gonna take a intentional death for it. Take this axe with you. Downgrade my equipment once again to do a death for it. Now that we got the axe, Ran will basically let us into the contest. Darn, you got a cute face with a guy with a strange name. I was looking for a fight between a weird guy and a pretty girl. Actually, I didn't quite quote that right. La da da. HR director is bored. Education, hobby, talent. And he rolls kind of high on me. We need to get 5 non-crit hits on him. Counter helps. Perfect. We'll be able to do this with just 1 heal. 1 heal is average. 2 heals is sucky, and then 0 heals is really good. You can see he can roll anywhere between 10 and 18, and he can actually even crit. Make sure I heal up. We're gonna find out that the fight is rigged here. August here tells us that our challenger is a female, but don't worry, she's quite strong. But the winner has already been determined. The scenario has been written. Cruel man Bubba torches the girl and kills her. The audience loves this type of thing. They're gonna shoot a poison needle, and all I have to do is make sure I don't get stabbed. But really, Cat doesn't need help. If she wants me dead, she's gonna make me dead. She has a very high counter rate and deals massive amounts of damage. She's just a glass cannon, except for when you fight her. She seems to have a good amount of defense. Use the fire rock here. Yeah, we got fire rock a while ago. It's an item that casts fireball, a really powerful magic spell, and does about 180 damage to all enemies. Except for stuff that's weak to fire, it'll do more. But not even the fireball can one-shot Cat. We'll be using that in Joker Cave, a dungeon that's coming up in a little bit. Cat has 220 HP, and like I said, if she wants me dead, I'm gonna be dead. Her crits can do anywhere between 16 to 34 damage, and she outspeeds me. If I'm lucky enough to die, we'll get to see that cutscene once again. One thing, after this fight, you have to push Cat out of the way of the poison needles. If you don't, she's not in the next battle. She's in bed recovering. So if her taunt succeeds, our strength is reduced, which is what happened there. And so it begins. But that wasn't bad because the taunt succeeded. That would have been a wasted turn. 3 taunt 6 succeeded. I'd rather have that happen than back-to-back crits. So savage. It's really nice when she taunts after a crit like that. Ryu showing up with some specials. Make my night. Oh, we're getting some good RNG here. See, we're at that 31 HP threshold where we didn't get it, but if she would have crit for 32, it would have been a sad day. Pretty much if I'm at 39 or less health, I'm healing. Good fight. Good night. Like I said, if you don't move up right after that battle, she's getting poisoned. And earlier when I was at the armor shop, I bought some stuff for Cat. So the female thief that we're looking for wasn't here. But Rand's got some beef with August. August will do 2 actions per turn. If he stores energy, his next attack will be a crit. Start from Cat. There's some saving strength. And here goes Ryu. Oops. I did a light pill to Rand, that's really dumb. I mean, if Rand's dead, he's not gonna be able to do a light pill to himself. Meant to do a help yell there. Yeah. Good, good. Alright, I get a chance for redemption here. Same scenario. Okay, we played it out the way I wanted to 3 turns ago. Nice. It actually ended up being a good fight because of all of Cat's crits. Roar! So it was subtle there, but it was mentioned that a god. You go home. I don't have a home. So Cat and Ran are just gonna join us. Ran's bored. Cat doesn't have a home. And they still think Ryu's Bubba. A little bit here, they're gonna finally find out that we were using an alias. Oh. But you're gonna find out that Ran is the God Slayer in this game. He is the man of legends. A ram rolling, anytime you bonk with a ram roll, you have a 50% chance to get into a fight. And while in your rolling state, you don't get into any counters. I didn't get a chance to mention this earlier at the start. I was too busy talking about the bugged weapon, which I can re-explain later on. But this game is really special to me. It's not my favorite game of all time. In fact, it's not even my second. But it's a game that made me curious enough to wonder what a speedrun would look like for the game. And there was some runners, Almagus, Genya, J-Seed. While he wasn't active, he's done a lot of work on the run. Enken. I didn't know of those runners, and I couldn't actively find a run. And one day I was curious enough to actually look into speedrunning, despite watching speedruns for well over 4 years now of various runners. So last year I picked up the game as my first speedrun, and I've been loving it. So I always like to share my experiences with speedrunning and understanding it and the community and the fun of it. Meanwhile, in game, they find out that we're Ryu, and Bo mentions that Cat doesn't look like she'd be too useful to reconstruct the house, so Ran stays behind while we go looking for the real thief. And for anyone that's just joined us recently, the reason why I'm not running away from fights is that your chances of flee from battle are really slim, as you saw in the Forest of Death. So even though we're fighting like enemies from a long time ago, just bear off the auto battle. Meet Nina. She's Mina's sister. Can I learn tricks? Ironically, Cat learns the strongest magic in the game at a very low level, but she doesn't have the AP to use the spells. And by the time that you either get the AP or the Devil Shaman that enhances her ability pool, it's not worth it. Her melee attacks are too good. So we're gonna find out that Mina and Nina are being harassed by the Joker clan. Or the Joker gang, that clan. This is the beginning of wacky side adventures that have nothing to do with the game other than we're gonna help people out. It's gonna be an ongoing theme. So far, as a child, we were taunted by this demon, told to show him true strength later on. Came rescue rangers. Our dog got caught trying to steal something. And now we're looking for the thief. Meanwhile, now we gotta help Nina out. So when we get Nina in our party, she's going to have the moon drop already equipped on her. The attack power is not going to be updated. So I'm going to switch a piece of gear on her and I'll update the attack power, which again is 64 for the moon drop. The other bugged weapons you can get, there's 9 altogether, are they all have 64 attack power. The difference between them is that the vanilla extract and the moon drop have twin attack, 64 damage, and the holy element, where everything else is 64 attack power and just a single hit with fire attack. Want Ryu to be in the lead here? Whoever puts their hand in the hole takes damage here preemptively. Okay, good. Pretty much just don't want them to pick on Cat. The spider has 200 HP. There's random encounters in these next 2 rooms. Hopefully I don't get into a fight. And we made it. Wonderful. We'll have this fight here with another hood. After this, there's going to be a little bit of plot, and then we're going to get into a fight with 4 hoods. The battle with 4 hoods is kind of tricky. Just one look trivialized there, with Cat getting a crit. But if Ryu and Cat don't get a crit, I forget how many hits it takes. I think it's around 4 hits. So juggling 4 hoods and trying to get them all low HP. Because once you kill one, and if one is dead, there's like a 20 or 40% chance that they'll revive each turn. It actually might even be 60%. So we're gonna use the Fire Rock for that battle. And that's why we say the Fire Rock for here. Be great to use it for Cat, but this fight can just take too long. And then after that we'll get a free heal. You'll see that Joker's sprite changes as soon as the last rock lands on top of him. But right now he's already in his demon form. Again, I put the piece of armor on Nina and that updates the attack power. So no, it's not natural for this mage to be attacking twice and doing 50 damage per pop. The worst thing Joker can do is Poison Chop, which will hit everyone in the party. Reuse damage, just not enough to make a difference, and Cat's doing a little chip damage here. Joker has 580 HP. One weird quirk with the twin weapons is if the first hit crits, the second one will guarantee crit. Perfect RNG as far as how we're getting attacked, and then we get the crit. Twin crit. Should be last round. So 108 Joker. That's actually not bad considering I had, what was it, 2 or 3 deaths? Like a 105 Joker's doing decent, and sub 1 or even 102s on potential world record pace. So you can throw any world record hopes out the window, but that's alright. And speaking of which, the world record is a 633 by MKen. Then my current PB is a 640. And we get into the fight. Sorry. Yeah, the problem with magic in this game is that the spells have fixed values, so they quickly become obsolete. Like cold, or Nina has like cold right now, and someone like Jean later on will get the same said cold spell, and its damage is already below what our melee characters can do, even without bugged weapons. It would have been better if it scaled with wisdom. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Our next goal is Windia. We agreed to help the Windia sisters by taking Mina back to Windia. Now we have the power of the Moondrop. Aside from the outrageous attack value and the twin attack, another byproduct is it gives us infinite AE healing items. We can't use it out of battle, but using the item in battle does not consume it. So if I want to, I can every round use a Moondrop. That used to be one of the challenges of the run, was having enough AE healing items for the end game. You can cook them, but that takes a certain amount of time, so weighing in the safety of the run versus the time to cook extra items, because it's sad to throw away a 7-hour run. Which the Moondrop dropped about 45 minutes off the run, just from the sheer raw power and the other benefits of having it. You're seeing the joys of the random encounters in this game. It is like a heavy RNG game. There is no RNG manipulation. Changes on the frame. But in a weird way, the RNG kind of balances out, like, after this part of the game. It just kind of depends on the size of the room, I like to put it. Like, if you have a larger room, you can normally expect like 2 encounters, say, on the average run. So having a run where you only get into like 1 encounter, that's getting better RNG than, say, from the average. And then getting 3 or 4 is against the average there. I move my urchins back up to the top. I'm going to be doing some bug weapons here in a moment. I'll kind of glaze over again the bug weapon, the Moondrop, of kind of how and why it works. Taking advantage of the switch glitch, which is in a menu with a vendor, like a weapon vendor. We're able to hit A and B at the same time, and the game doesn't really know what to do. And it allows you to duplicate armor and weapons. And then it was discovered a year ago that you can actually get a bug weapon on your reserve characters. So it doesn't have to be Ryu, but Ryu's the only one that can use items that are stackable, like fishing bait. You can stack at 1 through 9. And that's your items. Item 01 to 09 is the 9 bugged weapons. Item 01 being the herb, 02 the help yell, 4 is the vanilla extract, and 6 is the Moondrop. So those are the 2 items that's key. In this menu coming up, I'm going to be getting a Moondrop on Ran. But right now the game considers Ran in slot 5. So Ryu, or whoever's in slot 1, in this case it's going to be Ryu, he's going to affect whoever's in slot 5. Slot 6, if you were to look at a save state, would be Bo right now. So by moving Ryu to slot 2, he affects whoever's in 6, and in this case it's Bo. I'm going to get Bo a vanilla extract. And later on, I'm going to unequip that vanilla extract and have it as an item in my inventory for anyone to use. And that's going to be used for the late game. Then I'm going to move Ryu to slot 3 to get Jean a Moondrop. Just for safety. We're going to have Jean in our party a little bit. He's really not going to be used much. Spar I won't bother with, but I could get the only other item besides the Moondrop and the vanilla extract that's useful is the extract, which is item 03, which does a single target full heal. But I won't bother with that. If we could get like a Wise Ball, Fire Rock, that'd be really good. But we're stuck with just items 01 through 09. But again, in this menu coming up, Ram will get the Moondrop, Bo will get a Vanilla Extract, and Jean will get a Moondrop. I can't get anything for Kat right now because she's been in our active party, but she'll be getting a Moondrop coming up. And that's where I've been using 6 Urchins because it's just a quick reference to item 06. But when I go for the Vanilla Extract, I'll slow down and show you where I hit left and right on the D-pad to change that value. And that value is going to be 04. So the switch glitch, in particular with the Moondrop, it's not doing the underflow or nothing like that. It's just, it's overwriting the weapon value with the quantity that we're turning in. Trying to get some extra money there. So right there, I'm turning in item or 4 Urchin instead of the 6 Urchins. And then the 6 Urchins there. Nina and Stem both have the Moondrop. Kat doesn't, but I have her closer to the front of the party in case I get a battle like this. In slot 2, she can one-shot the goblins. So right now I'm in Scramble formation. Scramble is your highest offense formation. Your characters are in the +1, +1, 0, and -1 state. What do I mean by those? In the +1 state, you're doing 20% more damage at the cost of 20% defense. At the 0 state, you're doing the same amount of damage at the same amount of defense. And then a -1 state, it doesn't scale quite the same as a +1 state. It actually works in your favor. It just costs 5% offense for a benefit of 10% defense. and then as you get in a lower negative state, those values change. So something like normal formation is +2, 0, -2, -3. Forget exactly how it works out. Basically, for any formation, it's best to have your highest melee to the closer to the front of the party, and then casters in the back. And also, the odds of being attacked are based on where you're at in the party. So with 4 characters, the lead character has a 8 in 16 chance, or a 50% chance of being attacked, and then it trails off. So the last character has a 1 in 16 chance of being attacked. And this essentially makes a front row, back row mechanic in a way. Terrapin coming up is a jerk. It's just a stupid fight. He has 1300 health, several different AE attacks. His HP is way higher than anything you're gonna see for a while. This is just before you get the dragon spells, and you don't have any means to AE heal. But the Moondrop trivializes the fight. But casually, it sucks. In the speed run, it used to suck as well. And as I was mentioning earlier, there is a introductory category, a Terrapin percent, that goes up to this part of the speedrun. It's on the speedrun.com website for anyone who's interested. I got notes up there. And it's a great way to get introduced to the run. You get to practice ram rolling, you get to experience the power of the Moondrop. And it's not bad to get a low time. I've seen people who've never speedrun a game before get their times down to a 120. Nice then. Nice, Nina. And that's the power of the Moondrop. This sten's gonna kill someone. And that's infinite. That didn't consume the item. Nice. Good fight. One bonus of Terrapin percents, you don't have to duplicate a bunch of money, which I've dropped the glitch twice here. I was able to resume it, but It was sloppy on my part. So right now the game thinks our respawn point is back at Township. And the game's gonna want us to, basically between Captain and Township, it wants us to go back and forth 4 times, in which you normally make the journey 3 times on your own. No one has the warp spell, even casually if you're grinding, but no one has it unfortunately. But we're gonna make use of 2 death warps. The reason why this death warp works again is because I haven't saved my game. I saved it at the church once, but when I went back to Township with Cat and Ryu, the game reset my respawn point as Township, which is the ruins, by the way. There's a mini game there where there's 6 villagers to save, and depending on how many you save, you'll get a different carpenter, or you can recruit different carpenters. We just want the baseline carpenter, so we tell them that, yeah, we saved the villagers. We also get the Cure 2 spell as a reward. If you save all 6, you get the revive spell, but the Cure 2 is actually much more helpful for us. I should have downgraded my equipment for this step work. Not a big deal. Wow. Nice job, Stan. Our house is not updated yet, but presto manifesto, and our home is built. We even took the time to build a little room for us. So again, we're gonna be offered the Cure 2 spell. The best choice is Nina. She never learns Cure 2, so it's not a waste in that sense, and then she has the ability points to make use of it. Finally, we can have Cat out of the party, and we'll be able to get her a moon drop. Make my way back to Carpenter. I'm gonna stop in at Corsair and get the moon drop for Cat. No bonk. Or no punishment, I should say. I'm just gonna try to sell the urchin, and that just puts it on my default cursor by doing that. Oh. Bad news. We just... The game soft locked. Oh. So the item that was there was the mirror. And that was actually... Ah. Gosh. That's happened twice in hundreds of runs. When... So the mirror is an item you can't trade or sell. It's priceless. And I was conscious of it, and I didn't think it would happen. I do have a file, but unfortunately it's skipping Semaphore, and this is we lost about 40 minutes there. Yeah. I definitely wasn't going to world record. Oh boy. Well, while I think about what to do here. Well, I have, I probably have 20 minutes of overtime for estimate. I don't want to offset the rest of the marathon. If this goes well, we'll catch up. If not, I'll have to jump to the other file, which is after the Semaphore and all that. But yeah, again, the mirror is an item you get for Toonlin. It doesn't have a value, so it soft locked the game. When you do the glitch, it points to a different item. For whatever reason, it pointed at a priceless item. And literally, I've had it happen to me once. We're not sure how that happens. I do apologize though. If nothing else, I'll eat up a little bit of time before switching to the other file. I don't want to do that and short you all the experience. It's a known lock. It's happened to me once, and I know it's happened to MChem once. Oh, the bugbears, yeah. Big crit. If that happened enough, I would have had a backup save ready, but it's really rare. Alright, let's fight Pula. Sorry, I'm trying to show off my baller alert. But I appreciate it. I apologize about that. I don't know what else to say. Other than I became that guy. That guy. Even the HR director's board. Ba-ba-ba-bam. Yeah, I had the mirror come up in the menu. And the reason why I part of the reason why was because I was setting up the death warps, and then I was about to save the game like right after those events happened. So it's not even like it wasn't marathon safety. The safety would have been to have a backup file. Yeah, before this death I had a little bit bad luck with a few deaths, but I wasn't too far behind. I mean, I was well ahead of the estimate. But this definitely set me back 40 minutes. So again, Cat has a high crit rate. If she wants you dead, she'll make you dead. And she has 220 HP. Her crits can do anywhere between 16 and 34 HP. Now we're seeing the back-to-back crits. That's what I mean. Even at full health, if she does 30 and 32 damage, you're just dead. For the most part, when you do the switch glitch for your characters for the first time, the item is pretty consistent. Towards the end of the game, you get a bunch of those. And when I say end of the game, I literally mean at the end of the game. The last one I'm going to do is for blue. And it's normally no big deal there. But I don't know why the values start to change at some point. But there's no known reason why, like, for Sten's weapon or Rand's weapon, they reference the Nature Whip, which is actually a item that you can't even sell in the game. But yet you can do the switch glitch and get a bunch of money for it. A good fight. Next time I'll do a safety save before her, and then if it affects the death warp, which I don't think it will, we'll do that. And if it locks the game, I just have to go with no moon drop for Cat. So that's what that'll be. My inventory was a little bit different there. I think having a few blank slots towards the top of my inventory is probably what caused the glitch. That's been the theorized reasoning for it to happen, and I did have a couple slots that were empty that normally my inventory would have been clean. This guy stinks. I just hope he stores up energy and attacks Ryu. That didn't happen. Dude just wants to do anything. Whatever. There we go. Good boy. All right. So they kind of reset the picture here. Yeah, we had a soft lock. Cost was about 40 minutes there. As far as the game, what's going on plot-wise, we are going back to the ruins to take Rand and Cat. And they're going to help with the repairs. And with Rand rolling, anytime you bonk, you got a 50% chance to get into a battle. I'm just consulting with one of the admins because I don't want to get the marathon too far off. We'll continue at this pace. So shout out to Almagus. He said go for it, just continue running. So put my mind at ease. And we'll just re-see this, and yeah, we'll play it safer when we go to do that glitch. Almagus actually did a lot of work for this run. As I mentioned earlier, I wasn't an active runner in the community at the time. But to my understanding, within a year, he took it down over an hour. And his 7:09 time is still super impressive. That was pre-herb drop glitch, pre-moon drop glitch. We haven't seen him get serious with the moon drop, but his 7:09 is really impressive. And again, we're not running away from fights. Your odds are just super poor in this game. So we're taking all the random encounters. The XP route works out perfectly with that too. If you could run away from all encounters, or if you could avoid them like you can in Breathfire 1 with marbles, I imagine you would have to do some leveling for some of the end bosses, even with the Moondrop. But I think you would just grind some powerful enemies towards the end, if that was the case. But the way the XP works out, just going straight to every plot point in the game, we get the XP we need. So there's no part in the run where I'm really grinding. Surprisingly, with all the Breathfire games, there's no sequence breaks. Yeah, and this is actually the most glitched of the 5. 1 and 2 being on the SNES, 3 and 4 being on the PlayStation 1, and then Breathfire Dragon Quarters on the PlayStation 2. And for anyone interested in speedrunning any of the Breathfire games, we do have a Discord where we all collaborate in our respectful games. Great community. We're off to the Joker Cave to save Nina once again. One more time. At least we didn't get trolled in the forest to death, or Cat didn't kill us. So catching up won't be bad from here. Like I said, most of the RNG is within the first hour of the run. Once you get past Cat, the run's pretty stable. And with the Moondrop, it's pretty much in bubble wrap, unless you get a soft lock by trying to trade an item that has no value. There was a Breath of Fire 6 mobile game. Yes, they went that direction. Personally don't think you'll ever see you'll probably never see another Breathfire game, but who knows. We'll often also hope for remakes, but while it'd be nice, I don't think it necessarily would have the same charm. Out of this battle. Just hope Cat doesn't get beat on. Getting the XP for Cat from August helps out quite a bit, gets her extra level. She is a glass cannon. That's a heal here. Having a dead party member doesn't power level another character, as I mentioned before. I don't know how much this fight gives. So I gave 150 XP. So the game, it said these enemies are worth 75 XP each. And then it said, oh, there's 2 characters alive. So I gave 150 XP but that was divided by 2 characters. If only Ryu was alive at the end of the battle, we would have just seen 75 XP gain. So it's a weird system how the game does the XP there. It's also why you see like the level 1 goblins at the beginning of the game give 2 XP out, and then later on you see 4 XP and you're like, what? And it's because you went to 4 characters instead of 2. But everyone's still getting just 1 XP. Again, right now, the only person in our party that could have gotten a Moondrop is Nina, which she does have. And the Moondrop has 64 attack power, twin attack, and holy element. During the battle, I'll be equipping a piece of gear on Nina just to update the attack value. You either have to win a battle or equip a piece of gear on a character to update the attack value. We're gonna get into a fight with 4 hoods. And we're gonna be using the fire rock to just one-shot them, and it'll give us a free heal leading up to the Joker fight. You'll be seeing a lot of fire rocks later on. There's a vendor that sells them. That's part of the gold drops that we got from Pegwoods. What that will be used for. Yes, they rock. A Joker has 680 health. Nina's cold spell is actually good in this fight because he's weak to cold, but her physical attacks are going to do more damage. And with the Moondrop, or twin weapons, if the first hit crits, the second one's automatically gonna crit. But if you don't crit the first hit, the game will do a roll to see if you'll get a crit on the second one. And I apologize for my bottler alarm there. I tried to shut it off, I wasn't having luck. Here's the twin crit. So yeah, we're 201 Joker. We're normally a 102 Joker or 101 Joker is for record pace. So we're actually an hour behind. The other time came from the first run having a few deaths there. And then by 10 minutes of me wandering around saying, what do I do? Yeah, it was originally 108 Joker, so we're at 201 here. There's no random encounters in this room or this. We wait to use the smoke. And again, the smoke reduces the encounter rate. Sometimes it feels like it doesn't do anything, but it does add up throughout the run. And then there's no random encounters for the rest of the dungeon. Yeah, the monster icon in your inventory that's dancing represents the encounter rate. So if he's hyperactive, that means a higher encounter rate. If he's sleeping, that's supposed to mean no encounters, but there's a few exceptions. The big one being Trout's house when you have to infiltrate it, which will be coming up in a little bit. That encounter rate's all over the place. But I think the main reason why they put it in the game was for the queen. To tell you if the room needed to be cleared out, even though the game doesn't come out and tell you. If you complain about tutorials, which we all do, for various games, this game could have used a few tutorials on a couple of things that would have really helped you out. Tutorial game FAQs. I mean, the game's so poorly mistranslated that would you really trust it? Yeah, if only I had a webcam, you would have just seen the cringe on my face. I didn't get a chance to mention this earlier, but Nina says, "We returned your princess," and then the queen's like, "Oh, well, thank you." And Mina mentioned in the dungeon that she's excited that her big sis is coming home and that everyone else should be excited. We'll get back to the plot of this later on, but just kind of notice that the queen's like, "Oh, thank you," and Nina's like, "Not a problem." It's like this awkward moment. And we'll find out later on that Nina was actually banished because her black wings were an omen of dark times for Windia, but her parents didn't have the heart to kill her. So Nina knows that, her parents know that, there's really no hard feelings, but Mina doesn't know that. she knows that that's her big sister and loves her and all that, but she doesn't know that she was banished for various reasons. No plot and speedruns? Alright, well, we got this cat. She has no pants. And we now have the magic Pokemon Sten. Here I'm going to be doing the switch glitch to get me a Moondrop for Ran, one for Jean, and then a vanilla extract for Bo. So I switched the Urchin, the accessory, to the top of my inventory, since I'm going to be doing the glitch a few times here. First I'm going to get myself some extra money here. I'm going to get the vanilla extract for Bo. So instead of turning in 6 Urchin, I'm going to switch it to 4 Urchin. And then I'm going to switch Ryu to slot 3. And right now that's slot 3 affects character that's in slot 7, which is Jean currently. And that Rose came up there. That's Jean's default item, where Sten and Ran had the Nature Whip. Jean had the Rose. So where the Softlock came in, that was Cat with Mirror. Normally, a Cat has like the Tree Staff or something like that. Last she did not. The only character that we can't do that glitch for is Ryu. And even though I'm going to be putting a vanilla extract in my inventory later on with Bo's weapon, it can be used by anyone, including Ryu. But I can't re-equip on someone, so I can't get Ryu the bugged weapon. And Cat, we haven't been able to get a weapon yet because she hasn't been outside of the party. Even though you start the game with just 2 characters, it considers characters 1 through 4 in your active party. And Cat and Ran are in slots 3 and 4 respectively. I'll admit I'm not a huge stem fan, but the Moondrop makes them quite nice. These ants are annoying with their double attack and high defense. Again, the Moondrop. So let's finish the fight in one round. I will not be saving everyone. It's faster not to save them, and we just need the default town anyway. It's the cooking town, and the Cure 2, which is also the basic reward, is a better reward than the revive. So we get the best results with doing the least. Like, there's really only one connection with this game, with the first one, and that's with Nina's solo section of seeing her great-great-great-grandmother from the first game. Other than that, this game doesn't really have any ties, and they make a point to, try to make a connection with Breath of Fire 1 and 3. But there's not really. 2 doesn't really have a connection. Big thing here is just to keep Sten and Nina attacking. And again, Terrapin has 1300 health. Oddly enough, that breath attack there is actually non-elemental damage despite the name of Fire Breath. Oh, great. Sten and Cat are faster than Terrapin. I like to use Cat to heal up Sten or Nina, and then use the Moondrop for any major heals. A little bit slower death warp there with a full health party, but not a big deal. clean my inventory there to try to help avoid what happened last time. Alright, we saved the villagers. Oh, is that my limit? There's 6 villagers you can save. Depending on how many villagers you save, you'll get different carpenters. The second one does a little Othello game. And the third one, the carpenter tells you various stats, like how many times you soft lock the game, or how many times you wipe. So now we're going to do a death warp to get back to Township. The game changed our respawn point when we went there with Rand and Cat earlier. I'm just old man. We'll get the Cure 2 spell as a reward. And we're gonna give that to Nina. She can make the most use of it. And we're gonna leave Cat out of the party. The deja vu is nearly over, and I thank everyone for understanding. The good news is High Spirits gets a little bit longer nap. Alright, so this time I'll save my game just in case. There we've seen the bonk roll. 50% to get into a fight anytime you bonk. By the time we happen to get the fight, I was getting really good in RNG earlier. We're coming here to get the Moondrop on Cat, but as was mentioned, it went to an item that can't trade. If I can't get the Moondrop on Cat, it's not the end of the world. Just not good. But we'll make it. So That this time it's Twinbow. Last time it was Mirror when I went to turn this in. So even though it says Twinbow, that's not really the item that Cat's getting. It's really the Moondrop, which is represented by the Urchin 06. The item 06, the Moondrop. Yeah, Cat's, aside from Blue, aka Days, Cat's the fastest character, so having her with the Moondrop's really nice. Ah man, rolling so nicely. Didn't get punished for it, which is really nice. Probably get the fight here though. These goblins can actually drop a gold. We just need one. Our best chance of getting one is in Semaphore. If we don't get one to drop, there's a backup one that we can loot. And that's for a fish merchant that we'll discuss later on. So at last we meet the Fire Shaman. And because of this event, pulling Ryu, putting him on his own, the game is very nice to you, and it resets your respawn point to the dragon statue in town. So if Ryu happens to die, he'll respawn there. Where that's going to help us is that when we go to do a death warp, we'll end up here back at Captain, even though I just saved the game at St. Eva. Or at least that's my theory. There's 6 shamans all together in the game. Fire, water, wind, earth, holy, and devil. They can do enhancements that increase your stats, like the fire shamans enhances offense whoever's compatible with the fire shaman, and then some change your form altogether. You will always get the fire shaman, the wind shaman. We are going to make a detour to get the holy shaman to use to fuse Nina into her Queen Angel form for the end game, but that's the only shaman character that we're gonna use. If I get in a fight here, I'm gonna kill off Ryu. He just doesn't have the power to do himself. Guess I could have saved my game there, but I should be respawning there when I do a death warp. If not, I just gotta do it the long way, which is run back. We burn down the granny's house, and she decides that she'll take the room that Bo built for Ryu and Bo. But they need a carpenter to do some modifications. I'm gonna switch Cat's armor, and I'll update the moon drop attack power. It's unfortunate I only got one enemy here. But luckily, Ryu died to 2 hits. If Cat would have one-shotted Ryu, she would have attacked a Gon, and I would have had to get into another fight. Alright, everything worked out right. Yeah, normally you have to run back and forth 3 times there. It's quite frustrating. But we make 2 use of 2 death warps. And that's why I was being particular with not saving my game. And why it led to such a nasty time. Even with a death, you're gonna respawn at some kind of dragon statue. So it doesn't cost you time, so the only way the run would be affected is a soft lock like what happened. Alright, save our game. This sets up for another death warp after the witch tower. Hope you're all excited for some fly pudding. I mentioned this earlier, but one of the unique challenges with this game is the random counter, so there's always a demand for inputs. There's only 2 or 3 places where you get a break input. So restroom management becomes a little tough. Actually, I missed 3 days of work this week because of the flu, so my fluids have been low, but I've been trying to drink a bunch of water today. Not doing the dance yet. I apologize if my voice gets a little bit low, just let me know, I can bump up my mic. So we meet Jean there, who says, "Can you please free me of this curse from the witch?" Nice. This platform here will get a trigger encounter. We always have to at least do 2 fights here before the door will open. Pigs have 80 HP. Cat won't always make the damage roll. For anything except for flies and the mummies, Cat will outspeed. That's where I've been sad if I didn't have the moon drop, because she makes for quick fights. Oh, not lucky. You normally get it after two. Excuse me. Mummy is an undead enemy, so it's taking twice the damage from Holy. Wow. Thanks, game. That's another good point with the moon drop of why it's so powerful. Spirit enemies. Wow. Super bad luck. Spirit enemies take half damage from anything that's not holy. And then there's, I think, 6 types of enemies altogether. You know, some are weak to fire, some weak to cold, and then they'll do half damage to the opposite element. Well, holy, while it's strong against spirit / undead, it's not weak to anything, so either will do normal damage or twice the damage. Unlike the herb drop, which, sorry, the herb glitch, or the herb weapon, which was the first version of this glitch. Anything that was strong to fire would resist. But the moon drop has no known weakness. Another thing with the battle in this game is you'll never miss an attack. Is nice for routing. It's actually weird going to a game where you can miss your hits. Yeah, we actually won't be recruiting for the town. There's no need. The old route used to have cooking wise balls, which restore 100 AP. We'll be getting 3 of those throughout the run, just from looting. We'll used to cook about 15, and that would require the town to be at level 2. Sorry, we're close to a tile where we'll be using a smoke. So anytime I need to use a smoke, I gotta go in my inventory. So after you run the game for a while, you start to get used to the risk reward with just waiting out. Like the tile that I got into a fight was actually a tile where I was going to use the smoke. But we're still good. Yeah, the encounter rate is super high in this game. There's some nice items in these chests, but nothing that will help the speed run out. We actually got dragon powers on Ryu, but Ryu's not the strongest character in this game. Not with the glitch anyway. Rand's gonna be the main damage dealer. The moon drop, shortly after the Semifort region, it just starts getting diminishing returns. Character strength just, there's not enough of strength increase to continue to use the Moondrop. Or for Rand, that's a different story. He has the highest strength in the game, and the Moondrop has a higher attack power than his best weapon in the game. So instead of using a dragon on the witch here, we're just gonna auto battle. And it's actually really nice as far as watching the run, because it's not just going to be me using powerful weapons the entire time. For the first third of the game, I like to phrase it as, yes, it's mostly melee. The middle third of the game is a good amount of spells, and then the last third of the game is a nice balance between using spells and melee attacks. So it switches up the battle dynamic and the watching experience. New food just has around 500 HP. Ooh, I'm beautiful. And I'm over. So either Nina or Kat can do the kiss to break the curse on Jean. Thank you. Good job, Ran. Your Godslayer is doing well. So for there, we didn't take Sten. Taking Nina gave us some XP for her. We want Nina to be level 12 by the end of the whale so she can have exit. Sten we want to be level 12 before he does his solo section. And the way this XP route works out, those should all come to fruition. One thing with the dragon spells that I'll mention now, I'll probably forget later, is that they got nerfed from the first game. In the first Breath of Fire, you turn a dragon form has a X cost, be it 16 AP or whatever it is, and you save the dragon for the entire battle. In this game, it casts a spell and it's all or nothing. So, like the puppy spells do 256 damage, elemental based, to one enemy. So if you have 20 AP and you have 20 out of 20 AP, you'll hit for the max damage. But say you have 18 AP, which the game does this weird equation. It comes to the determination that that's like 90% of strength of the dragon. So you won't get what I call a max dragon. So the term max dragon and max AP are terms I'll be using. It's just referring to Ryu having most AP. Like if Ryu's max AP is 40 and you have 20 AP, it doesn't mean the dragon's going to have half the damage. It's actually going to be way less than that. So there's sharp diminishing returns. So you always want his AP to be at top. So this is a secret that casually I didn't know the first time playing, but we'll actually get the dragon spells for Ryu, which we'll do 512 damage to all enemies instead of 256 to 1. After this installment of the franchise, they went to this upkeep cost for dragon spells, and to me it's the best system, which is used in 3 and 4. Please remove your hats. Alright, so we had to check in all our items at the door. We just removed our hats. We're asked to take off our jackets and put on a napkin. Change our weapons shields. I'm actually gonna break this rule. And fight this guard. That stings. So I don't have any items to revive. These rub salt and pepper. But this is why I keep the Moondrop weapons. Wildcat has 650 health. But by having the Moondrops, I have a way to revive. So I want to use a dragon and then get 2 attacks off. But since Cat's dead, what I'm going to do is, as a safety measure, I'm going to have Jean and Nina use the Moondrop. That way if someone else dies or Ryu dies, they're revived, and then I'll be able to finish the fight the second turn. So it's a safety measure. All the dragon spells are non-elemental, but the Thunder Dragon has the fastest cast time. Chop Chop's the worst you can do because it's a strong non-elemental damage. You can actually get that ability as one of the rewards here. Instead, I'm going to get the 16 HP buff. And that's big for Ryu and Nina going into Infinity. So I'm going to say, yes, I'm mad. No, I won't forgive you. No, and then yes. So that lowers the mood enough to where I won't get the best reward, but then I'll get the default, which this is stamina, which permanently increases whoever I have here, their HP by 16. Again, mainly I want that for Ryu and Nina. Big characters do not get XP, and it doesn't give any bonus XP to anyone living. I tried to murder you and eat you. Are you mad? Yes, the Jean that we met is an imposter, allegedly. But in reality, he is the true prince. For why the events that are about to unfold happen, I do not know. The people of this country just kind of go with it. They accept the imposter. But Jean's sister's not going to have any of that. And I hope you all enjoy this wonderful 10-second loop. The beauty of fly pudding. You can do it, Potato! Heave ho! I would take Potato over Jean. He's a sea beast. She booty bumps us into the water. She doesn't want to see or have the guards see us talking. So after this little bit of dialogue here, I am going to do a switch glitch to duplicate armor onto some of my characters. In the secret cave, I got the socket armor. It's a really powerful piece of equipment, but there's only one of them. So yeah. Kind of like what I've been doing with the urchin, I'm going to do with the socket armor. Have it as my default inventory, and then I'll be able to equip it on anyone who can wear it. So Rand can't wear the socket armor, so I can't duplicate it onto him. Not that he's in my current party now, but even if he was, I can't give it to him. Listen to my story. Oh, you should have told me you couldn't swim. It's funny having Kat in this next scene. At one point she's like, "Can I punch her?" referring to Potato at one point. Kata. I know I'm probably butchering a lot of names. Oh my. So we just say, okay, we'll help you out. So again, we've been just looking for the real thief, but we get caught up in all these wacky side adventures and soft locks. But that's gonna come to an end with Semaphore. Socket armor as default. And the game doesn't give me 4 characters, but that's alright. We just got one fight to do here. The reward I got Wildcat, you have to do that battle no matter what. If you do that battle after this cutscene here, you won't get any reward. You have to do it when you got Sean in your party still. For a bit there, I was just skipping the reward and I would come straight to here and then go over the Wildcat. And it saves about 30 seconds, but the 16 HP buff is just too good to pass up on for the little time that you can save. Especially when the 16 HP can save the run or save your Angel Nina or Ryu on the Barberry fight. Do you want to kill me? And we say yes. The guard asks if we want to kill him. My sketch is off. Jean is all for this new life. He just mentions that he'll become normal Jean and everything be swell. He even asks if we can help him, and we're like, we're here to help you? He's like, oh, I have such wonderful friends. Let me finish this painting. You fool, boo-hoo! Oh, sister, save the tears for the man that you love. And the royal ring gets brought up. And John mentions that he's so happy for his sister. And she's like, oh, we're talking about you. And he's like, oh, right. But it turns out that the witches are actually having a witches' ball, a gathering at Wildcat restaurant. We're going to be switching up our party. We're going to have Sten, Cat, and Ram for the next bit here. I'm also going to save my game to set up a death ward. And we'll take the free heal. Using our magical powers, we'll end up in the toilet. Yes, make no mistake. Zinfu had a few too many pops. Is praying to a new deity. I just love the image of Fran trying to get in the toilet. Yes, if you ever wonder where your toilet ends up, it's something like this, supposedly. Yeah, almost had. Well, a bit of walking to do here. A moment. So we're going to show the ring to the imposter, but he's going to show that he also has a royal ring. Patata is going to get upset and say, "Daddy!" And the king is senile in his old age. And he's gonna like wake up and go, oh, when's dinner? And it's gonna trigger a cooking contest. So the story so far is we've went through childhood, taunted by a great demon, grow up 10 years later. No sign of evil, but our dog gets caught in a sticky situation, and we've been looking for the real thief. While trying to do that, we had to help Mina, the people of Carpenter, and now this frog Jean. No central villain, just wacky side adventures. No villain really to say, this dude needs to die. But once we're done with Semaphore, we will have Patty, the real thief. She is right now in the cages, locked up. She makes a good worker for him because she doesn't eat the food, which is cockroaches. And once again, we see some more people leaving the water running and pots on the stove. Don't do that at home, folks. Done. I just like how we end up in the King's room. He doesn't say anything. Even go into his private quarters. We have to talk to that guard up there, and then we're gonna talk to his girlfriend, and she's gonna bring him water, and he'll give us the key, which allows us to go in the basement. I remember getting lost here casually, just not knowing that you have to get to the basement, you have to go to the top of the building. Oh. Yeah. So we get to enjoy more of this wonderful music. It actually doesn't bother me too much. It just triggers the memory of being lost here and not knowing what to do. Having to talk to the frog on the roof, then talk to the girl, and then go back to the roof to talk to the guy. And to stretch that even a little bit farther, to go on the buckets and the windmill. We're gonna get to a battle with the Goldfly, but we can't win the first time that we encounter him. We have to endure 4 rounds of combat here. Sten's armor hasn't been updated yet, but that's fine, I can just revive him afterwards. We hope for a gold drop here. If not, I'll have to make a 3 to 4 minute detour to get another one. Again, the gold's used for fishing. The red treasure chests are the ones that can drop the mimics? Or the mimics can drop the mimics. No, they can drop the gold. Even though this is a lead off attack, normally get the lead off, take the lead off, but I'm gonna take it for the chance for a gold. If I had my gold, I'd be running away. There we go. The J-Worm here has 1100 health, and he'll always use Sweet Breath his first turn, which has a chance to put everyone to sleep. The goal for the fight is to get 1 attack off with Cat, and then 2 dragons with Ryu. The Moondrop will cure the sleep. It's still at max AP. But with Sten, I'll use a Moondrop preemptively. A Cat, I'll attack. Ran, I'll use a Fruit on Ryu. Then Ryu will cast a Dragon. But when you use a Wisdom Fruit, it restores 20 AP, but it also costs you 20 HP. Out of combat, it won't kill you, it'll take you down to 1 HP. But in combat, if Ryu was at 20 or less HP, it would kill him. So Ran's slower than Ryu. So after Ryu uses the dragon, his AP be at 0, and then Ran will be able to restore it. And we'll get the dragon off the next turn. Good fight. So yep, got her gold. You get through as fast as possible. If I get any lead offs, I'll be taking them. Just running away. These guys are spirit enemies. Again, the Moondrop's gonna do twice the damage. I think the only time in the game where you actually can get random encounters from just touching an enemy. Kind of like in Chrono Trigger. But the fights go fast, where that was unlucky that Cat didn't one round them. There's a certain balance to how long you wait versus ideal pattern. This is what I was talking about, where waiting versus going for it. Two's not bad. It's just pretty good. Let's start getting the 3 and 4. That's pretty unlucky. Giant cockroach has 2000 HP. I'll be going for 2 dragons, and then we'll bash out the rest of the way. Oh. Cat decides to become a pretty machine. So that was a really low roll. Shame on you, Cat. The Goldfly has 580 health. I'm going to use a bomb with Sten, and then a dragon. The game says explosion element for bomb and missile, but really they're wind elements. Then I'm going to get to a fight here and do a death warp. Good job, Ryu. The zombie will. This is nothing. That was a guts roll. That's what zombie does. If it's not cured within a turn, turns you into a zombie. Yeah, our characters have a glitch weapon, the Moondrop, which gives us twin attack. It has 64 attack power, which is a lot for this part of the game. We can get it for any character except for Ryu. And then it also gives us infinite A healing. And if I didn't mention, it has the holy element attached to it and twin attack, which only Bow's twin bow has a twin attack legitly in the game. We'll be doing one more for Blue later on. Moondrop, that is. Time for one of my favorite scenes in the game, the cooking scene. Y'all love cockroaches, flies, and worms, right? The food looks like pancakes, steak, shrimp. So we're gonna find out that the chefs were threatened. They're the only ones that admit that they were threatened by the imposter prince. After the scene, the head chef says, he tells us what I just mentioned, that they were being threatened, and asks us to save the real Jean. All the dishes get bashed on, except for the legendary gold fly pudding. What is it, head chef? And Jean's cooking is superior. Oh no. The winner is Prince Jean, which, from where I'm standing, the one on the left, if you're not satisfied, have the other cooks tasted. It is awful. Horrible. It's awful, but I'll take another bite. And I'll show you a little thing. The game doesn't put gender on a few things. Cat ate the food. It made him a little sick. Cat ate the food. He feels nauseous. Cat vomits. There's a few other places in the game where they don't put a gender, it's just automatically reference to a male. The Kuadora fight's a bit annoying. He has 1625 health. At 2 different HP thresholds, he will cancel all remaining actions, which is at 825 health and 1250. So my goal is to get up to about 700 damage, do a dragon, and just bypass 2 of the thresholds, so the fight will only be stopped once. So for the first round combat, I'm going to use the Kamikaze BL, which casts Typhoon with Sten. Right, this will get us up to 1300 health, and then he won't stop the battle anymore, so I'm just gonna auto battle from here. He has one move that attacks everyone, another that's a guaranteed crit on someone, but that was a really good fight. The Soul Sword here is a really good weapon Jean or Ryu can use. It hosts the Holy Element. It's not going to do enough for us. We're just going to leave it in its place. Yeah, to keep intruders out, they told everyone that there was an explosion here, but really it just unlocks the treasure of Simafort. I don't know what's more tempting, having a treasure or something that would destroy an entire country. So we're kind of given a hint here why the things happened that did. I don't think the people cared that much, and the king is senile. They kind of just went with the flow. I have something to say. You have calmed my sister down, and as appreciation of my gratitude, I shall join you. You may rejoice. And then he basically taunts Tate, saying like, you said you're not gonna go crazy anymore. You're not gonna go crazy and I'm gonna leave. Isn't that right? He's like, oh my, you know just what to say. So the one thing we don't want to forget is to get the real teeth, Patty. Now conclude the first third of the game. If you watch the credits, they'll list chapters off, but during the game it doesn't really tell you like acts or anything. But to me, it does have like a beginning act, ending, or beginning, middle, and end. And this kind of the conclusion to the first act. And it's nice because, again, the plot so far has been kind of everyday life. We're just crazy random adventures. But the plot's going to pick up a little bit here. Like, even though the middle section of the game is a lot of fetch quest, the battle theme does change up a little bit. Kind of show more of a serious tone. And then a little shortcut here is to use Jean's field ability to go to the world map instantly. We have to get back to hometown. We don't have warp yet. Jean learns warp at 14. It'd just be so nice if he had it once he got him. But that's not the case. That I bought that one. That's alright. Yeah, actually, I'm playing down the story because that is how it is. But then going into the last third, it blows you away. And it's on multiple replays that you kind of notice kind of like how mellow it is for like a lot of the game. Yeah, I don't know how many frames it is to do the ran rolls, but it is a skill that's not easy to master. I wouldn't even say. I don't know if you ever truly master it. So there's nothing suspicious in the basement. Bo's a free dog. Actually, I like Bo, but he just doesn't have a place in the speedrun, unfortunately. I'm gonna take out 100,000 coins for shopping in a little bit here. For the fire rocks that we're gonna be getting. I don't want to save my game here, because once this is all said and done, I'm gonna have to go back to the semaphore region. But we'll just do a death warp to get back there. So there is a dialogue choice here, and it's not the default option that we want. It's the second one. If I select the default option, Bo will be doing the next section solo. Which is actually not too bad because he has a vanilla extract right now. A bugged weapon. The reason why I had the vanilla extract instead of the moondrop is because of a side effect of the moondrop. And that's that it removes any buffs or debuffs. So if a character's dead, I'll revive them. If a character has attack up, he'll remove the attack up. And that's where I don't want that in the last battle. And here's the awkward text box. It's yes on the right side. But then the next text box has yes on the left side. So in here, I was mentioning earlier that the monster icon in your inventory represents the encounter rate. He's sleeping throughout this entire area, but there is random encounters. You can get anywhere between 0 and 8. 2 to 3 is about the average. They're not long fights, but you do have to listen to Bo talk after each battle. So we get a fight real quick. And you're supposed to be able to go like at least 4 or 5 steps in the game without an encounter, even at the highest rate. And that doesn't always happen. And numerous times where you've gone 1-2 steps in here, gone to a fight. And that's even happened in other places in the game. Yeah, when the dragon tear glows, it just means they're in the highest mood state. It's not really used much for plot or anything. But there's a few spells where it's really good moods required to cast. Missile being one. Renew X. Cure X. You can see where the encounter slows down with the text. Notice the candles glowing. I guess they're the glow in the dark candles. A trout just has 550 health. He's no big deal. The game was kind in his damage, knowing that if Bo came here solo, he'd be low level. And probably not equipped properly. Taco. It's Patty. Whatever. I'm actually gonna get a brief break after this, but some of the plot starts to come to fruition here. In that, while there's been no central villain, there's been kind of a theme going on of people have recently turned into demons. The game doesn't come out and quite explain why people turn to demons, but Trout kind of gives you one hint and that's his greed kind of led to his demonizations. And later on with the queen, they mention that she's a spoiled brat and kind of leads to gluttony. So it's normally worldly desires that kind of enhance the demon transformation, but there's no like, no one's orchestrating it or causing it per se. Yeah, the artwork on this game, the cover, Ryu looks like he's gone full berserk mode. So we see our hometown gate, the trees are dying around there. And Bo mentions like, hey, we encountered that demon that none of the other rangers can handle. Elder's like, you fool, why didn't you tell me earlier? I always like to say, well, we tried to tell you, but you just made us rescue rangers. But first we gotta scout the information and find the legendary Grassman. Who was a really cool character in design, but doesn't do much for us in the speedrun. Other than plot. Things like that can wait till later. kind of unique that in various parts of the game there's dialogue, and based on what character you have and what slot, they'll say different things. So the third and fourth characters are gonna come in here and they have unique dialogue. When you fight MC Tusk, whoever's in the second slot has unique dialogue. And each character has their own little wording. There's lots of tidbits kind of spread throughout the game. And if you go to Township and talk to your party members at various plot points, they'll say different things. But yeah, we're gonna do a death warp to get back to Sima. Nah, not a time to guts roll. And then he does forward himself. That's unfortunate. Put some crappier gear on him. We unequip the vanilla extract from Bo. Now it's item in our inventory. Again, we can't equip it on the character, but it won't be consumed when we use it in battle. There's a fishing spot here that we're gonna be weeding the farm. Don't want our fishing bait to reach the ocean floor, or otherwise we'll lose it. Cat's required for this next part of the game. And we'll be taking the on ramp for XP. My save file earlier, if I would have went to it, would have been at this point in the game or right after this. So that's how much content we would have missed from Terrapin to about here or after this whale. And yes, we're inside of a whale with a creepy tile palette. This won't be the... They make use of this tile palette, let me tell you. This is not the only time we're going to be seeing this. And we will be having a whale of a time. Actually, the dungeons up to this point have been pretty straightforward. This one's straightforward as well. That's the next few that are start to get mazy. And again, like a lot of RPGs, it's a giant fetch quest. It just kind of stinks, but it's the nature of the beast. It goes by quickly. Since we know where to go. Casually, it is frustrating. Dolphins mentioned that Grandpa swallowed something and he's asleep. The Fire Rocks cast a spell, Fireball, that no one in our current party knows. Blue will get Fireball later on. One reason why I might use the Fire Rocks over casting Fireball is that the Fire Rocks will always crit. Spells can do what's called a well cast, aka crit. But if I want a guarantee crit to make a damage threshold, I might use the Fire Rocks over casting a Fireball. But we'll be spamming quite a bit of those for the next bit. Really good RNG to get through that room with no encounters. And this is where I was mentioning, even though it's like a heavy RNG game, like it kind of varies from run to run. Usually you expect a fight in here. Even though I got the lead off, I'm going to use a Fire Rock because I want Nina to be level 12 to get exit. And there it is. Cat just got Bolt X, the ultimate spell in the game, but she doesn't have the ability points to cast it. Sad cat. Could have just meleeed him, but we gotta use up some Fire Rocks for inventory management coming up. That was amazing whale cave. 3 fights with 2 lead-offs. This guy's a spirit enemy. He's got 800 HP. First turn he'll use Horror, which has a chance to put everyone to sleep. And then every 4th turn he'll use Sleep Attack again. Again, spirit enemies take half damage from anything except for Holy, which they take double the damage. So our Moondrops are going to be highly effective. Or super effective. Oh. Oh. I was actually going to use the moon drop to wake everyone up, but Nia decided to crit. Counterattack wholly won't be applied. That's a weird quirk that elements are not applied. That's gonna be probably the last time you see Nina's effective with the Moondrop glitch. Again, the 64 attack power has been a lot up to this point of the game, but most characters, their strength hasn't increased enough to keep it effective. There's a magic value, I like to call it, the magic value of 64. The difference between your offense power and the enemy's defense power. If you subtract the two, you get the power of the attack, if you will. And when that power is less than 64, say if it's 20, your damage is pretty much going to be right around that number. So a normal hit would be, 18, 19, 20, 21 damage. When that number is 64 to 99, the game adds a modifier to it, and the modifier is like 80% damage, 85, 90. There's 4 different random values. So when you have attack power that reaches that magic number 64, you do really good damage. Our characters are starting to trail off, and again, only Rand's really gonna be able to hit that magic number. When it's 99 or more, the game uses a different multiplier. It's a smaller multiplier. It's still better to have more attack power, but you're gonna notice, like, going to the last fight, that Ryu, if he gets a crit, you might do 500, 600 damage, where Rand does 400 to 500. Even though Ryu has like 100 more attack than Rand, actually it's like 130. There's sharp diminishing returns once you hit that 99 power. I know math. No math. We get the whale bell. The whale acts as our boat for the game. The next bit here, we gotta talk to the Spar, the grass man, but we're gonna get a warp point for Toonlin, Gunt, do some miscellaneous things here. We're gonna get the optional character Blue. Let's send the party, just kind of save on some inventory management here. Go the Gunts. Part of the good ending that's kind of inconvenient is the order that we need to do a few things here. I come to Gunts right now, I can't do the thing I need to do to get the good ending. More to come on that in a moment here. So I'm gonna take out all my money. These things stink. They have high defense. And they're immune to magic. Using an item in battle will do non-elemental damage. I'll get into it here. But it was just one, not a big deal. We'll get a chance to explain those things later. Now we gotta go to Blue's house. And these, you can get some nasty encounters. That's why I got Ryu in the 4th slot. Again, with a party of 4, the 4th character has a 1 in 16 chance of being attacked. Pretty much any fight, I'm gonna be using the dragon. I want to make sure Ryu has max AP. But now with this done, they mentioned Blue's gone, so she's in hometown. So we're free and clear on that. So I'm going to be doing the Moondrop glitch one last time for Blue, and I'll safety save the game, just in case. So the switch glitch at any weapon shop, by hitting A and B at the same time of being in the switch inventory, the game freaks out and doesn't know what to do, and it causes a variety of different things. In this case, I'm going to have an accessory, fishing bait, and the number of fishing bait I turn in will dictate what item I get for the character in my reserve party. So I'm gonna tell Blue not to join my party, and I know she's in the 5th slot when I do that. But when I go to do the glitch with Ryu in the 1st slot in my inventory, or in my party, it'll affect the character in the 5th slot. Which you don't see that, but the way the game's tracking it, it lists characters 1 through 9. So right now, the game considers Ryu in slot 1, Brand in 2, Sten in 3, and Nina in 4. So Ryu being in slot 1 will affect the character in slot 5, which is Blue. Get into a glitch state, and then turn in 6 Urchin, which represents the item, the Moondrop. And that's normally a blank item. Excuse me, when we do it for Blue for the first time. The Blue, Nina, Rand. We're going to do some of the things for the good ending. To get the good ending, you need to inspect the well in your town, talk to the inventor chick at Gunt, and then shave your Fager. I'm going to enter this middle house here and get a Wise BL. Again, a Wise BL restores 100 AP. We just have to look at the well. Just look at it. Now we're gonna get the warp point for High Fort. If I had to get the backup gold, I would go to the Oopa Roopa cave, or I just like to say the Oompa Loompa cave. No need for that. Nice. No fight on the bonk. back to guns. Again, this is just for the good ending. The neutral ending would be quicker by about 5-7 minutes. Partly because these backtracks. It's just the right thing to do. It used to not be as not as painful to do the backtracking when we built up the town and did a bunch of extra cooking. But now that we don't need to cook a bunch of wise balls up, the time loss is more noticeable. And her flag doesn't become active until you inspect the well. And even though we've been to township a few times, the well hasn't been there to inspect. Now we'll progress. So the reason why we got $1.5 million of coins is that MC Tusk here is gonna say, "You want me to stop the show? You gotta find me a new attraction or give me 900,000 zenny," which is an outrageous amount, but we happen to have just that. You have to fight him either way, but it saves about 10 minutes from having to go to the Oompa Loompa cave and find a new attraction for him. And there's a little glitch here with the text. You have to leave this room and come back in, but the text's still gonna be active, and you'll see. But we'll walk out of the room and then come back in. There's actually an out of bounds glitch you can do as a result of this text, but it's really hard to do. It hasn't been done in real time. There's a few options of what you can do, but until a consistent method's found, it's just really not there. And there's no sequence breaks. MC Tusk has 1500 health. He's weak to fire. Even though the fire rocks are considered non-elemental, they still will do bane damage to something that's weak to fire. No, you don't get the money back. Aha! You playing us for fools? Well, we did dupe the shopkeep at the beginning of the game for that money. Yeah, that switch glitch for the moondrop. At the beginning of the game, if you keep canceling out of it by hitting A and B at the same time, you'll get 90,000 every time you do that. Blue, Nina, no. So Spar's field abilities to be able to go through trees. We'll visit the wise tree. And he forgot everything that he was going to tell us. So we need the therapy pillow to enter his mind, which is the treasure of Toonland. Before we go to Toonland, we're going to do one more fishing spot here. The item that we're going to get up here is a few accessories. Get off great. There's a fast shoe that increases your agility by 10. We'll be buying a few of those. A hero BT, which increases your offense by 10. And then there's the Holy SF that supposedly reduces your encounter rate. It seems to have an effect, but with smoke it seems to have diminishing returns, but we still use it. It needs more testing. But it's not a big deal to grab it. Yeah, I'll buy 6 fast shoes, 3 hero BTs, and then 1 Holy SF. Back to Toonland. And we can only go in the castle at nighttime. And this guy mentions that no one in this country will understand us, and we need something fabulous like the famous flute from High Fort. So the quick clothes there have 0 weight. Various armors have different weights. With 0 weight, it doesn't lower my agility any. And you'll see where that... I'll explain more on that in a moment here. But yes, conveniently enough, the magic hood, which is what Bo was trying to steal, allows you to understand the language of music, if you will. We know what people in Toonland are saying, but we don't have a way to communicate back, and that's where this flute's going to come in handy. Which we're never going to ask. Of course, we're going to get stuck in another wild and crazy side adventure here. pretty much just to talk to the tree, which we're not even going to talk to him. More to come on that. We had to seek out the grass man, do the thing with the Oompa Loompa, which we just paid the dude off. And then try to get into the mind of the tree, which requires us getting this flute. To talk to the people of Toonland, and they're gonna have a problem. Everyone's got problems. No solution. And yeah, this part, if you're not a STEM fan and you come here, you're gonna have a bad day. I used to always have to level them up to level 17 for his solo section. You can go in the basement and train, but it stinks because the game kind of locks you in here. The combination that we're going to use is between 2 fast shoes and the quick close, and then being level 12. Sten's going to be faster than Turbo. Turbo is a battle that it's the next boss. He has 2 phases. Phase 1 you can't win, but you gotta endure 4 rounds of combat. I'm just gonna kill myself off. It's a little bit quicker, and you have to deal with the text either way. And then phase 2, you have to kill him within 3 turns of combat. If you don't, you kind of game over. And he has a super high crit rate, numerous double attacks, and he's Cat 2.0 but worse. And this monkey clan, they're at war with someone. We don't know who. You never find out who. But they introduced this concept of a weapon at the end here. Talk about that later. Spar will come back. Hi. How are you? I don't know if Shupkey's a dude monkey or a dudette monkey. But it's all good. I guess Stem mentions that she's a beautiful woman and Turbo scolds her. Because it is a dudette monkey. Down the stairs there, you can train if needed. There's a weapon for Stem, but we got the Moondrop. We're good. We got Fire Rocks. We're good. All is well. Bum, bum, bum. Helps when I crit. Look at it, I got bugged weapon. I can't even compete with this dude. You can defend and make it through that, but either way, the text that you're about to see after 4 rounds of combat, you have to go through it regardless. I do lose half my money doing that. For anyone who's interested in the run, depositing your money is not a bad thing. Just in case you die later on. The only other shopping that we're really gonna do is there's a secret armory shop later on. You fat pig. Show me your courage. And they get this bridge repaired really quickly, but the rest of the castle that's going to get destroyed. Spoilers. It's still not repaired at the end of the game. Wah, wah, wah. And even this part is annoying with solo sten, but with our speed, we should be able to get through easily. Yeah, if you missed any run, I know you can watch the VODs. And I imagine the runs will be updated to YouTube later on, like they were last year. Yeah, these guys were old war pals. They mentioned we're gonna use Formation P. No idea what it is. It involves us doing all the work. There's no random counters for this little bit of the dungeon. These rooms are small, so again with the smoke reducing our encounter rate, hope to make through most of them with no encounters. This room I expect to get in 1, 2 would be really bad luck, and then getting no fights would be godly. I could have went in that one door to reset my step counter. I could have gotten into a fight just trying to do that, and then it messes up my step counter, so it's just best to go on. Look at all those monkeys. Smoke is bugged. What do you mean by it's bugged? In the first Breathfire game, there's an item called Marble 3, which it actually eliminates random encounters. And you can use another one while one is in effect. Oh, in effect, it doesn't work. In this game, you can't use another one while one is in effect in the last 64 tiles. And they often feel like they don't do anything, but they do help a little bit. But casually, it's definitely not worth using them, as the game is very grindy. Like you do need your levels to get through this game. But that's not the main reason why I'm battling my random encounters. Your odds of running away in this game are just so slim that you're better off fighting the battles. But the XP that you get just happens to work out really well for the speedrun. The first category I actually learned was glitchless. Only myself and another runner named Charles, aka Zujin, runs that. I can tell you, we don't have the money for smokes for the first hour of the game. Actually, the first 2 hours up to Terrapin. And running that, I've noticed a huge difference between that category and this category. Like for us, in the any percent, we have level 7 going into the HR director. Or sorry, level 6. In glitchless, we're level 7, and there's a big difference there. And then going into the August fight, in this category, we're level 7, and in glitchless, we're level 8. A lot of these enemies are spirit mobs. Again, takes half damage from anything, including the fire rocks. But they do enough. It does enough damage to kill like these guys. Soul Flick. One tile off. So the monster icon in your inventory is purple, smokes in effect. And if he's green, it's not in effect. The first boss I'm going to encounter is Portal. He's the true boss of this place. He has 1500 health. He'll absorb any spell. Except for Dragon. Again, Dragon's non-elemental. He has the ability to use Typhoon AE attack that does 70-80 wind damage to everyone. With our infinite AE healing, that's not a big deal. But in the past, pre-Moondrop glitch, it could cost you a run, potentially, just because you don't have AE healing items on standby. Or did you really want to spend the time to have them just in case? There's only a few fights here and there leading up to the very end game. Where you need the AE healing. Ryu now has a AP pool where one wisdom fruit won't restore his AP, so we start to stagger fruit, meaning Nina's going to be slower than Ryu. I'm going to use a dragon with Ryu, have Nina use a fruit, and then the next turn I'll have someone who's faster than Ryu use the second fruit to get Ryu up to max AP. The Ben's actually pretty good here. He has enough strength to still keep the Moondrop relevant, so I'll use attack up on him. Getting about 1500 health, 1530. Looking for 2 dragons. Hopefully Sten does a crit here. Hopefully we don't get Typhoon here, because it'll kill Ryu. Should be golden. Even if Sten doesn't crit, he did enough damage. Actually, that should kill him. Yeah, the wisdom fruit's weird. It reduces your HP by 20 and restores 20 AP. So if used out of combat, it still takes away your health. Like, see Ryu's at 38 health right now. Using a fruit takes him 18, but then it takes him to 1. In battle, it actually kills him if you use too many fruits. The Wise Ball, the item that restores 100 AP, it doesn't have a side effect like that. And instead of stacking up a bunch of healing items on my in my inventory, I just have a bunch of fruit, and essentially I'm going to use like Nina as a mana battery. Just to do miscellaneous healing. Shubkey here has a 1000 HP and is a spirit enemy. So if Sten gets a crit, he'll kill Shubkey in 1 round. The worst thing that can happen is cast death on Sten. Interesting thing about Hush, even if that worked and say blue didn't go, she would still get her turn in or cast a spell before Hush took effect. So basically, like something like Hush or even Dispel, the effect doesn't take place immediately, it happens at the end of the turn. So like Death Evan, the last boss in the game, he'll do Dispel. But if I got attack up on Ran and Ryu, it won't wear off until the end of combat. So attack up is still in effect when they go to do their physical hits. The only exception to this is the Moondrop. As soon as you use the Moondrop, it's immediate. So that's where I don't want to use the Moondrop to debuff my characters in the last battle. Because if I use like a Moondrop on blue with blue, it cancels buffs right at that moment. And I think they programmed it that way because of the reviving mechanic of the game. I think it just instantly clears all statuses, all buffs. Oh yeah, so that machine there is one that was in our town. The game, it would have been nice if they talked a little bit more about it, but you can kind of piece it together that it's this lost technology that uses a life force, and we see it in various manners. We don't know what they were going to use it for here, but in our town, spoilers, it's going to be used to make our town fly, aka township. Yes, we just came here for the flute. We haven't even asked for it. They were in trouble. But the princess can be like, take this famous flute with you that you didn't ask for. It's our sacred treasure. But whatever. I like to point out that she mentions something about the dragon god. May the dragon god bless you. There's different religions in this game. You know, some people believe in the dragon deity, but as the dragon statue told us at the beginning of the game, most people don't worship him anymore. You got Saint Eva. We're gonna find out that there's the earth deity, Nama Nama. So there's subtle hints at different clans worshipping different deities. And one of the many good tunes of the game. Now, onward. Get that therapy pillow. And of course, these guys have a problem. Their queen's overweight. And we gotta do something about it. Now our problem. They mentioned the weight gurus in some mountain. It's kind of a pain to find casually. It's just northwest of hometown. For this, you need a female character, even though Blue is a female. My guess is since she's an optional character, they just never gave her text to be able to do this part of the game. You need either Kat or Nina, and then we're gonna need Sten after that. Nina's technically a little bit faster, but it's not by much. The pervy old man, he wants a kiss. But with Kat, or with Nina, she's blushing and the man's like, oh, you're too cute. We don't have time for this, let's go. And then with Kat, she just wallops him with her staff. He's like, alright, I'll go. Hopefully I make it before it turns tonight. Be close. Alright. I would just had to stay at the end, or more likely I would just exit the town and cast Time Warp with Ryu. So earlier with Trot I mentioned the demon thing that the game doesn't really come out and say, but if you put a few things together with Trout and this scene, the game kind of shows you like how people are becoming demons, or one reason. Not necessarily that all people are evil. In this case, you find out afterwards that the queen, just since being born, was always spoiled. And she's on the path of becoming a demon. I just love all the explanation points. Yeah, Gramps says it's alright. He's like, she's just a little thick. The kids love it these days. But I guess we'll go to the shrooms. Yeah, it's surprising for Nintendo, but for some reason, certain terms, like God, like it got passed through. Like the game uses these words, and even though we got a poorly translated game, we got some pretty good dialogue to pass. I remember watching a video with Yu Yu Hakusho, an anime that came shortly after Dragon Ball, and one of the people that were working on that said that like when they said demon, they weren't sure if like that was like too much for TV at the time. Like he said, now you wouldn't think anything of it, but at the time it was kind of unknown. My tiles got messed up a little bit there with my smoke, so just trying to set it back, but I don't have to adjust throughout the whole dungeon. And just to clarify, when I say smoke tiles, it's just a visual image I kind of have of where I need to use a smoke. There's no step counter or nothing like that. It is 64 steps for a smoke, but I'm not counting. I just have a bunch of spots memorized. That was unfortunate to get a fight here. Normally you get through here without getting into a fight, so hopefully when I get the one, in two would be really bad RNG. If you were to try runaway strats, this place you can kind of get away with it, but I don't like to mess around with it. If I see a stone enemy, I haven't in this run yet, I'll go for a runaway, a flee attempt. That's what sucks about the shrooms, is sweet breath. 8.0. Oh no. The magic doesn't wake you up, which stinks. I better heal. Again, our enemies have a random agility between 0 and 7 on top of their normal agility, and takes the average against your party average. There's two sides of the mountain that you can end up on. Both have a shroom that looks like the one that the assistant mentioned, but this is the only mushroom that counts. Yeah, the 8.0 is considered Earth element, but there's nothing that's weak to Earth, at least not that I know of. I kind of question if this spell is just considered non-elemental. So we're done with STEM. For the next part of the game, for the Queen, there's a bunch of fights that we had to deal with. $28 battles to be exact. So the party that we want to get the most XP for is gonna be Blue, Nina, and Ran. And I'll do a safety save just in case. And I don't want to have smoke in effect. I want to get into counters as quick as possible. There's different areas in the Queen they have to clear out. There's like 5 sections altogether. In some rooms, their enemy pools is tied together. If you look in your inventory at the monster icon, if he's sleeping, there's no more battles. Like the room I was just in this room, they could have they could share the same amount of encounters. Basically, there's going to be 14 rooms, 28 battles I want to clear out, so 2 in each room. If I get a lead off and run away, it doesn't count as a victory, so I had to win case here. The game won't always signal that I've cleared out all of the enemies, and even when it does signal, it doesn't mean I necessarily cleared it out in that particular room. But after the second battle in here, I'll see a message. There's different ways you can go about the Queen. I think I do a different route than the other runners. But no matter what, you always have to backtrack at one point. That guy just had 1 HP, so I just went for the melee there. The red rooms are quite simple. If there's no purple slime, just cast a Sonic Boom, S Boom. And then a purple slime, use Flame. Yeah, we got a mushroom to shrink our body to enter the queen. Yeah, that's it. With one Pepso-Bismol, I could just melee it, but that's no flame. About the same amount of time. This is kind of a concept with the run that basically you want the quickest, fastest, easiest way to end the battle. So with blue, you have access to all these spells that are actually relevant and powerful enough to do so. And it can be simplified, just like how I said. Red slime, use flame, if not, just sonic boom. That's kind of a part of the routing for the game, is just come up with methods to end a battle with only like 1 or 2 characters doing the action, or the lowest amount. So for this part of the game, it's not as much dynamic thinking as you might think. And up to this point, thanks to the moon drop, a lot of the fights were just auto battles. Like, I didn't have to think about it as much. So the blue rooms can have a mob known as the Fatty. I want to make sure Ryu always has max AP. The Fatties have like 480 health, right around there. But I need a max dragon. They give a good amount of XP, but have a high chance to flee. Defense. I accidentally cast the Fire Dragon, but it wasn't worth going back and changing the Thunder Dragon. Again, I only been casting the Thunder Dragon because it's a faster cast time. Anytime that Ryu gets a level up, I gotta use fruit or use a dragon, use fruit. And then, as you see there, if I have one Fatty, I'll prep a spell with blue, just for this reason. If the Fatty runs away, I don't have to restore the AP on Ryu. And it was nice that I knew that he just got a level up, because if I would have got a level up there, I still would have had to take the time to go in the menu and use a fruit on Ryu. In this room, I'm just going to get into one encounter and then I'm going to move on. Lead up. So this is the ideal scenario. Lead off, guaranteed. Get the dragon off. 3 Fatties, that's the most you can have. So this can be 1800 XP divided by the 19,000. While XP doesn't matter, it does help to get a good queen with a good amount of fat. And here's another beautiful fight. At the very least, I want to leave this area with Nina at level 22 for Typhoon. Blue will pretty much always get 30. Actually, she always gets 36 for Fireball. Heading into the end game, it's really nice to have Nina at 26 for her speed at that level. And for her durability. She also has Angel, where if the other level I care about is getting Ryu to level 28 for Barbie, so you can be faster in him. So Angel can help me with a few battles in Infinity to get XP. But more to come on that later. But this all ties to that in game. Yeah, there's just gonna be like another 10 minutes here of killing Fatty, so if you've been enjoying the run but you use the restroom or something of that nature, this is definitely a good opportunity to go. In this case, the flame didn't pay off, but blue outspeeds the other 3 enemies. G was faster than the 2 of them. The time it takes for them to attack would pay for this cast time of flame anyway. Since I had to piggyback on these rooms, I just get into one encounter, and since it took me X amount of steps to get here, I'm just working the step counter in my favor. Oh, both of them ran away. Those hips. Do here. We got one to stick around. Yeah, the second time I went, my inventory was me honestly derping out for a moment there. I thought I had one more fight, but I'd rather check. I've yet to have a run where I missed a room, knock on wood. So with the lead off, it's just, I'm guaranteed to get the dragon end, so I won't bother with any other spells. Yeah, casually this just stinks. They make it sound like the mirror helps you out, but you only see the parts of the queen where she's looking like a deflated beach ball, but doesn't really tell you like, oh, you need to go in the upper left body, or you have no idea. The best bet's just to use the monster icon in your inventory. Alright, so I'm back in the red room. There won't be any fatties. I know I don't have to worry about reuse AP. From here I got 3 more red rooms and 1 blue, so 4 rooms total, 8 battles. Yeah, for glitchless, there's 2 different routes. It's pretty much the same up to the semaphore, but the difference then becomes for my route, I build up the town, and I you can cook gold bars in this game and make money that way. So I make up a bunch, and then it kind of acts like the any% with the fire rocks. But Charles, he doesn't do any of that. He just gets all the items as you go to make through the game. So it's quite impressive. Pre-herb glitch, pre-moondrop glitch, there was about an hour difference between the 2 categories. The glitchless being you needed the first 2 hours to go well, opposed to the first hour of this game. Now there's about an hour and a half difference. Yeah, there's not as much to talk about. I kind of explained a lot of the tech. Points like this, I'm just kind of going point to point. So yeah, if anyone has any questions, it's definitely a good time for me to actually be able to look at chat and explain. Again, for anyone interested in the run, there's the introductory Terrapin. You'll learn the glitch from doing that. I got notes for that. I got notes for the entire run. I'm working on revamping those right now. And then there's the Breathfire Discord. I'm kind of throwing this out there because I know as soon as this run in, we'll need to get back on track. Unfortunately, due to the soft lock earlier. Kind of throw out there while I can. Oh, just one more room. Specific level. The big one was Nina again. Nina again, level 22 there for Typhoon. If she didn't, it's not a big deal. But that will help with her solo section. Really, the only level that even matters is just going to be level 28 with Barberry at the end. And actually, there's a way you can get. There's an item called a Dinker that raises your agility by 1. I'm going to be feeding Nina some. If you want to, you could have a Dinker on standby. If you give Ryu 1, you can do a combination. That'll make him faster than Barberry. But the extra HP you get for getting the level up helps with that fight. The GBA version, while it does have a run feature, I guess this game, the run feature is there, but it's disabled from my understanding. But the music's too much, it's white noise, it gives me a headache. But for me, the SNES version is way better than the GBA. The GBA doesn't have the glitches. And on the note of versions, the Japanese is estimated to be 20 to 30 minutes faster. There really hasn't been much of a Japanese presence in this game until recently. They discovered or found my Moondrop glitch video, and there's been a few runners doing the Japanese version. But Emkin, who holds the world record in the English version, also runs to Japanese, so the glitches work for that game. And it's about 20-30 minutes faster with the text. And we take Barberry on as a party. If you try Barberry solo, you don't have to do the first 1250 damage, but now we're trying to do. So our fetch quests are almost over now, and we get to the best part of the game. That music's always a good reminder for me to grab the therapy pillow. They don't give it to you. They just tell you, take whatever's from the treasure vault. But the treasure's actually taken. That gal grabs it. Which is weird, because if I would have went here earlier, the vault would have been locked and the treasure wasn't looted. Yet someone unlocks the vault and then she takes the... It doesn't make sense. She grabs the pillow. The next little bit, the XP is not enough to justify any other characters. We need Spar, and John kind of helps speed up things. We take in blue, John, Spar. Exactly, the therapy pillow is just like my body pillow. You see the unique animation of the trees on fire there in the background? Spar, you're too late. Come into my mind. Bad movement. So there's 3 different towns here. One, if I would enter the first town, there are a bunch of old men there. This has the young kids here, and then the middle town, the people are middle-aged. So it represents the tree in its different ages, states of mind: adolescent, adult, and mid-age. Talking to that kid, he's like, "Oh, I think the dungeon's over yonder." So this becomes the dungeon, and does this unique gimmick to represent like him losing his mind, I guess. Or I guess being senile. Correct way to phrase it. Unlike the red treasure chest, the mimics, these things are not immune to magic. So a fireball will kill them. lead off. Those green enemies are immune to magic and have high defense, so that was a good fight to get a lead off. This guy has 1600 health. Most of the time he'll do ability that will make me forget my spells. I'm gonna cast a fireball on the dragon the first turn. I'm gonna go for 3 dragons. If he makes me forget a dragon spell after the first turn, I'll cast attack up on Ryu. Just if I forget all my dragon spells, the fight just takes for a while. Remember this boss for later. So I didn't forget any dragon spells there, so we should be good. Even if he made me forget Thunder Dragon here, I'm still gonna cast the spell. It'll just be grayed out the next time. Be really unlucky for him to wipe out 3 of my spells, and it always goes from the bottom of your spell list towards the top. And again, with the diminishing returns on the Moondrop, just not worth trying to cast it here or use it. We were able to cast exit from here. Just about done with that middle section of the game. Sky Tower's not that, there's not much to it. So this is an example where I can use Fireball, but only a crit will kill these guys. So the Fire Rock's a guarantee kill. That's why I used the Fire Rock over the Fireball for blue. Doing that just to clear out my inventories a little bit. It's gonna be my last item shopping menu. He's like, I got stuff to tell you. No thanks, old man. If you talk to the villagers in various towns, they tell you a little bit about the demon and the story of the dragons. Cool. Get up out of here. Yeah, all the glitches in the game revolve around the switch glitch, which allows us to get a bunch of money and bugged weapons. Gosh darn it. Thank you. Well, the fog is too thick for us to advance. And they mentioned Sky Tower, which casually you probably would search around the world, and you might notice this one tile, or in the world, on the world map. But they don't really come out and it's like, it's Sky Tower. It can be frustrating casually. It's followers. I apologize. I tried to shut it off. I don't have it active in my OBS, but it still happens, even though I'm not even logged into Streamlabs. But I really appreciate the follows, so thank you. This dungeon has a breath mechanic, but we're not even gonna come close to run out of air. Those yellow things have a super high defense, so it's just better to use a dragon here. They're immune to magic as well. And we meet the Wind Shaman. So, other than the Fire Shaman, the Wind Shaman is the only other one that you get automatically in the game, which is good. We need her for Nina's angel form. Up to this point, you can have the Fire, Water, and Wind Shaman. You can't do any character transformations with just the Fire and Water. The Wind does open up one for Sten, his Djinn form, with the Fire and Wind. He has a special ability to switch out the enemies in battle, so it's nice for farming certain enemies if you're looking for a drop. I personally never used it much. I'm gonna heal up just to be safe on Ryu. Yeah, all the shaman forms have a cool unique sprite. And then some, like Spar, has multiple forms. These guys have 300 and some odd health and are weak to ice, and there's no strong ice attack that we have right now. Oh, there's hail, but blue doesn't get that into 37. Alas, at Farmtown. Save my game just because. Blue, Jean, and normally I only save the game like twice, but for marathon safety. Soft locks, safety. But we're not, well, we'll be doing one more glitch. But it's not risky like the moon drop. Meet Daisy, Rand's mom. She's a stern but fair lady. If you watch the opening cutscenes, you'll see that Rand is bored with Farmtown and seeks out adventure. He just ends up working a day-to-day job at Corsair. His mom kind of mocks him like, "Oh, did you have fun out in the world? Now go do some real work. Plow the fields." Screwed up. I want Rand to be near the front of the party. Fix that in a moment here. And again, the closer you are to the front of the party, the higher the attack modifier you'll have. And your party formation also dictates that. So guides used to say that if you use magic in the garden, you won't be able to get the Earth Shaman. And that was just superstition. That's not true. We won't be getting the Earth Shaman. Excuse me. That rock does have super high defense, but magic actually works on it. But it's not worth the time to wait for everyone else to attack, so we'll just have Rand attack here. The stumps have 1000 HP, and then the bushes have 500. Won't bother with the attack up on this fight. The golem here gets 1600 health. Once again, I'm gonna go for 2 dragons, but Rand's got enough attack to actually do damage despite it being a stone-based enemy. He gets a crit, it's really nice. This golem can actually do fireball, much like the portal where Typhoon can make you have a bad day. This guy used to make you have a bad day. You were unlucky to get Fireball, especially a back-to-back Fireball. Using Jean to get the first fruit on Ryu. If Ryu's at 0 AP, he can't queue up a dragon spell. Even though he's not at max AP, we can still queue you up, get a fruit on him, then he ends up at full AP. Alright, so all the events that have been kind of happening are going to start to come together here. If we talk to Daisy, she'll say, oh, go pray for a good harvest. That's where I was saying earlier that there's multiple deities in this game. You know, we've been saving our game at churches, just like in a Dragon Quest game. Keep Sean here. You can do a ram roll to this temple, which is faster to keep Jean here for a little bit longer. If you want the Earth Shaman, you have to donate 2,000 coins here. We're just going to donate 100. One step off. These birds are a pain. I mean, the Typhoon sucks, but Fireball doesn't kill them in one hit. You can see they do the Egg Beater, which is just extra attack. I don't know why they call it Egg Beater. One of the weird quirks of the translation. Yeesh. So that Kai Hood is weak to thunder, not fire. Yeah, it only took 66 damage from that. Nama. Oh. 3 fights there is not uncommon, but is unfortunate slash kind of bad. I'm gonna save my game here just in case. This Ran Soul fight, kind of scary. It's not as scary as it used to be, but the Paladin has 450 health. Normally he does at least 2 spells, and that's what we want him to do. We used to just cast 3 Fire Rocks, and that would normally kill him. If not, little chip damage on top of that would kill him. I need random lead. And the game shows how it kind of shows emotion sometimes, where the screen's going to go dark and it kind of illustrates a whisper between Rand and the Paladin. The Paladin claims that there was a letter written by Daisy saying that they were going to give the land to the Saint Eva to build the church, which is weird because she just told us to go pray to the Earth deity. He believes in a different religion. Shield just increases your wisdom by 16. And Godslayer Rand shows what's up. Your magic defense in this game is based on your wisdom. Spells have a set amount of damage, so like Bolt X, the strongest spell in the game, is a Thunder base with 180 damage. If you have like 0 wisdom, they'll do the max damage with, I think it's like 116%. Then pretty much every 16 or 32 wisdom, they'll go down a tier, so that 116 damage, 114% will go down 4%, 6% every tier. So you can get to a point where spells do 74% damage. And then there's also armor that has resistance. Like we're gonna get a wind robe quickly or shortly here, and it has thunder resistance. So having 1 tier of thunder resistance has a 20% resistance, and if you have 3 pieces of thunder resistance or whatever, it reduces damage by 40%. That's why you'll see like the girls later on take less damage, and some stuff just simply doesn't even have a true element to it. It's just non-elemental. Like a lot of the fire breaths and cold breaths are actually just non-elemental despite their name. And listen to that glorious world theme. It's one of my favorites. So now the plot kind of got a little bit more serious, direct, and the game changes the music. Another subtle detail that it does. Blue cat Nina. The dragon tier shows the mood of a character. Oops. It shows their mood. It's kind of for plot. There is some spells in the game that require a certain mood, like Missile, Cure X, Renew X, none of which we cast. But there's a cutscene when you're in Dogony. You can play as Valerie, and they mention the dragon tier and how it appears in the one soul. Well, earlier in the run, I mentioned that when we came here with Mina, Mina was all excited, saying, "Oh, big sis, everyone's gonna be excited to see you." And when Nina and the Queen met, they're like, "Oh, and Nina's like, "I brought you your princess," and the Queen says, "Oh, thank you." And Mina's like, "What's going on?" So the truth was held from Mina that Nina was deemed the curse of Windia, something that we're going to see here with flashbacks. If you talk to the prisoners in the basement, they act like they're crazy. In fact, they were locked up being deemed crazy, but they actually speak the truth. And shout outs to black and white scenes with orange candles. But here we get the full story that the elder recommends that the child be killed, and we see Nina run in all excited with her wings. And ultimately the king and queen didn't have the heart to kill Nina, so instead they just send her to the hometown to the magic school to just live a normal life. And for whatever reason, Mina, being much younger than Nina, somehow knows about her sister and she's at hometown, but they don't know the rest of the story. And Nina, she holds no ill will to her parents. She gets it. But now we need the power of the Great Bird to get to the Grand Church at St. Eva. Speaking of St. Eva, they're actually here saying that the king, this is the time to spread the teachings of St. Eva. They'll help you heal and get better. And the king doesn't put down the religion, but says that I think it's a wonderful religion, but my people don't need it. And he's happy that Nina came back here. Yeah, I believe Breathfire 1 they touch more on the dragon tier. I'm not for certain. It just comes up randomly in this game and you're like, oh, that must be an important person because it's showing me the dragon tier. And the one loose connection between Breathfire 1 and 2 is made here in a moment. This battle scenes. The goblins, they won't die to one spell. They hit hard, as you can see. Nina's given this little soul section here to undergo the ritual, get the mark of the wing to become the Great Bird. If I die, I'll just end up back at my party, so it's not end all be all. I'm going for an item called the Wind Robe up here. Most enemies are weak to wind. That thing's weak to fire. The Wind Robe has a good amount of defense, thunder resistance, so it's overall a good robe. But the thing that makes it really good is that it only has a weight of 2, but increases your agility by 10. So I think it's the only armor that actually raises your agility. Some stuff has 0 weight, so it won't cost you anything, but it won't increase it. So we'll be doing the duplication glitch to get one for blue later on when I go to the secret armory shop. And this guardian here is going to give the test to Nina. This enemy's HP actually scales. Something I didn't know when I was first doing the run. Seeing someone use a shave ice, I was like, oh, I'll do that, and then it didn't kill, and then come to find out that yeah, the HP scale. So it would have been nice if they did that for Stan game. But I digress. That's the only enemy that I know of that does that. So yeah, it's Nina from Breathfire 1. The lore is that she does marry someone outside of the clan, probably Ryu, and it weakens their power. So in the Breathfire 1 universe, the Wing Clan can turn into the Great Bird at will and go back to being a Wing Clan member. But because your great grandmother married someone outside of the clan, that weakened their powers, and now they can undergo the ritual to become the Great Bird. But once that's done, they will remain the Great Bird forever. And we're asked if we forgive her for doing what she did with the tribe and losing the clan's power. It doesn't affect the outcome. This series is a little bit scary. Again, I got the wind robe now. A lot of the enemies do double attacks. But before getting the wind robe, it'd be a little scary. Potential time loss. Oh, I'm gonna use a smoke there. My second break's coming up, but this cutscene is really strong emotionally, and it's not gonna stop. You always kind of want the characters to be within one click. Like, you can change spots with the party member who's second or last in your party with L1 and R1. So it works out nice having Nina on the fourth slide. I can just hit L1 to switch to her. But other than that detail there's not really much of a connection with the Breath of Fire 1 universe. 1 and 3 make a point to connect the dots. Sweet little Mina comes up, kisses her sister, takes the mark of the wing. Like I said, I'll be getting a little break here. The text will auto-scroll, but just between the music, the dialogue that Nina shouts here, the music, the banging of the door, just really good stuff. Bad. But Nina cries out that she didn't know that father and mother were suffering and that Nina was battling a demon. Nina doesn't have the power to do anything, but her older sister does. So the least she can do is become her wings. So to use the great bird, we need on the party, but luckily we want to get XP for her anyway. Cat's in our party right now for plot reasons. I'm going to enter this house on the right. Third wise BL that we can loot is in here, and that's an item that restores 100 AP. After talking to that lady, when we try to leave the town, we find out that we can't. Hey Santa, you are not believers. So it turns out this gal, Clarice, is a member of a resistance group that's investigating the church. And once again, we'll use our superpowers to enter the toilet. Ooh hoo hoo. Almost used that wise ball. This dungeon can actually loop infinitely, but if you fall down the hole and just go north, the exit's right there. Nice try, Cat. So, a group of enemies where, again, not a single spell will take care of them other than a dragon. Earth armor. Really good armor for Ran, actually. Darn it. One step away. Yeah, Rand doesn't have many armors that you can wear. He has a high HP pool. Actually, second only to blue. And he has a good amount of defense to stab, but he's bulkier, but it doesn't mean he takes hits as well. So upstairs here at the end is the Charm Rod, the strongest fishing rod in the game. With it, you can fish up the Empire Sword and the Life Armor and various other things. But we're only going to get the Empire Sword. Even though we got the Moondrop for Ran, Ryu's still going to be a little bit useful for a few fights. And using the Empire Sword as an item is also nice. It casts Sonic Boom, which is a spell that's kind of obsolete at this point. But since it's a spell from an item, once again, it's going to be non-elemental damage, so that factor plays in here and there. And this is why we have Cat with us. We need to break these rocks and progress the plot. Meet Tiga, or Taiga, the leader of the resistance group. Gonna talk a big game, but not do much for us. So they're trying to build up money because wars cost money, but their sponsor is nowhere to be found. So we offer to go find the sponsor for him in Thieves' Tomb. Yeah, I mean, Taiga looks great. He knows instant transmission. I mean, what else do you need? You see the weird palette glitch there, switching our characters there. So now I'm gonna go fish for the Empire Sword. Surprisingly enough, the urchin that we've been using this whole time for the switch glitch can actually be used to lure the treasure chest here. Normally the fishing spots come up pretty quickly, but sometimes it can be a pain, and that's one of the big time loss you can have in a run. Fishing spot takes, you always hope for 1, but 3 to 5 make a significant impact on your run. Yeah, these are the first enemies in the game. There we go. Alright, so I got the wind robe in my inventory, so I'm going to be doing the switch glitch to duplicate one onto blue and one on the Nina. So again, in the menu, I'll hit A and B at the same time on switch, and with the armor as my default item on the cursor. That's how the location. Oh, it was a holy SF. If I would have hit yes to that trade, that would have traded a, that would have soft locked the game. Oh. The wind robe is there, but my default cursor didn't adjust to it. I'm just glad I caught that. Alright, switch. I don't bother with Cat, she's not really going to be used. And actually having weaker armor on her makes for a faster death warp later on. So in the Thieves' Tomb, there's these different color tiles, and if you get into a fight on one of them, if it's like purple, something bad will happen. The worst that can happen is a trap that will take you back to the entrance. If you have Nina in the lead, her field ability allows her to fly out of traps. But we're actually going to purposely keep our encounter rate high and try to get to one of the rewards for an orange tile, which will do something good, is the secret exit. So getting the secret exit with 1 to 4 fights, that's a time gain. Once you start hitting 5, it's a time loss because the dungeon's actually not that long. It's something when I first was learning the game, I tried to do it and I would get it like within 2 or 3 battles. I was like, oh, solid method. And first run like 8, I swore I would never do it again. But Enkin started doing it, and it normally pays off. There's some times where you just don't get the RNG. I don't know what the odds are. And luckily the encounters are simple. We're just using Fireball for all these battles. It'd be nicer if Blue would outspeed them. Welcome back, High Spirits. We are slightly behind with the soft lock. "40 minutes to be precise." These guys are, again, weak to thunder. He's an Empire Sword as I am. Fast thunder. Come on. So yeah, again, look for the secret shortcut here. Lead off. And your odds of running away are super slim in this game. Moondrop. That's why we have to deal with the random counters. Oh my goodness. Of course. So to be honest with y'all, I'd rather this happen in a marathon than a PB/road record attempt. But it feels really good when you get in one fight. Yeah, we're just having really bad RNG for the secret shortcut. There we go. I mean, it definitely didn't pay for itself. There's no random encounters in this room. Yes, the sponsor is actually Patty the Thief. We never do find out what the evidence is. We can't cast exit in these two rooms, but once we leave, once we get in the next room, we'll be able to use exit. And back to Kotlin. So Tiga's gonna ask Kat to join him. Claims that he's in love and wants to marry her. She's gonna run around behind us. And Tiga's like, oh, I see the problem here. Challenges Ryu to a fight. And even though you can do a fight, but you can't beat Tiga. Locked in at 65,000 HP. If you hack the game, they'll... or... Not surprisingly, it'll soft lock the game because it doesn't know what to do. But the default options are we won't fight. It works out good. They'll give you the music as if we were about to enter battle. Used to often think that I screwed up the text. Cat is gonna just join Tiga for a little bit, leave our party. We say, that's fine, not an issue. She was a stray cat. She joined us. The game doesn't put in a fourth character. You can do the next section with just the three. In fact, we used to do that. But with the brands, Moondrop, and the spirit enemies, it's definitely worth the go grab them. And Cat's sprite here is adorable. I don't know if adorable is quite the right word, but shows the emotion. This game with the artwork and, like I said, like when the screen went dark, the show whisper, it just does little things that kind of show you emotion for the characters, the way they move on screen. The next place we need to go to is Bondo, which is at the very southern tip of this continent. I've yet to have it happen to me, but I guess you can soft lock. You can soft lock a few different places with landing the bird. Knock on wood, I have yet to do it. I got the earth armor. Oh, I thought Brand could wear it. It doesn't matter. There you go. Something like that. This is just a mini boss here. Got 1,000 health. Brand crits here should end the battle. I don't have Brand in the lead because again he's got a lot of HP, but he's just not as tanky. He has blue. So to try to avoid it on some menuing and healing, we'll have him in second. This is one enemy that blue actually has enough strength to do a significant amount of damage. At this point, like Nina wouldn't, she can't be hitting for like 1 or 2. Pre-moon drop, it'd just be a dragon for every fight here. You can see the theme with that is that you have to menu every time. Playing with these spirit enemies. Blue got 37 there with hail. Won't be casting hail too much. You can actually get the Holy Shaman right now. After you defeat the Grand Church, the Holy Shaman ends up in the first door here. But if you wait 3 minutes after this wall moves over, he'll move over even farther, and one of the cubbies is the Holy Shaman. But it's not worth the time investment to do right now. One of the last few fights where something like a fireball will defeat all the enemies. There's a mini boss before we fight Manson here. There's gonna be 3 zombies. They have 650 health. We're just better off using a dragon for that fight. And a fireball. The Necromancer has 2500 health. But if Rand gets a crit with his attack up, he's gonna be doing between 800 damage and 999. And there's a good chance that our AP on Ryu would be siphoned before we would even get a chance. So it's just best to use it in this first round of combat. Again, with the Moondrop, if the first hit crit, the second one will guarantee crit. But the game, oddly enough, if you miss the first crit, the game will do a roll to see if you crit the second hit. It works in our favor as well. I don't like where I'm at with Blue and Ram with their HPs. One of the few times you see Blue actually dead. When I loot this treasure chest, notice the dialogue. Once again, it doesn't apply gender, it just automatically assumes it he. He can go in and out freely. All the enemies in this dungeon are despawned temporarily after this battle. We can't cast exit here, but going up a floor we can. Sadly, the game doesn't give you a heal here, even though it feels like they should. But we're ready for the assault on Saint Eva. Oh, I really wanted to say no there. It saves me a few boxes of text. No, even revive Blue. You can mention that Claris was trying to get more intel, but they can't wait any longer. So we really haven't seen anything bad of Saint Eva. Like I said, you go through the game, they just kind of been there, save your game, just like a Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior game. Recently, they've had some funny things going on. The leather with Rand's mom, Daisy, and she donated the land to him. This group claiming that they're brainwashing people. And there was a demon at one of their churches. Suspicious. If you get that question wrong, you just have to fight that guard there. He's like the mini boss in the other dungeon, just has 1000 HP. And again, with the music, you're going to see how they articulate emotion. It's done very well in this scene. So peaceful music. Seems like they're alright. They found a non-believer. Someone evil. Laris, you're the devil? I'll send the crowd shouting bloody murder. Yeah, Hubbaruku, I just dub Huckleberry. You're on the ton. Oddly enough, when you fight him later on, it's Bubbaruku. I guess not oddly enough, because there's so many bad translations. In the name of Tiga, Tiga shall defeat you. You Mika claims that he loves Claris. Knows it's a trap. He just got instant transmission. He's got this. Oh, so does Huckleberry. Yeah, that scene dropped my jaw the first time seeing it. It's just beautifully done with the music, cutting the music out, being the black and white, throwing in the death of Claris there. It's just, and even with the twist on the whole church thing, kind of hits you at this point. Oh, Blue Randy. Just let me make sure I got my equipment right. So for Ray, we're gonna be faster on him. We don't have to use a dragon to trigger his second phase, but it'll do enough damage to get us in phase 2. And then after he does his breath attack, we'll be able to cast the Kaiser for free, and that's required to beat the battle. So he'll always attack Ryu first turn. We'll heal Ryu. Dragon. Endure the breath attack and then finish him off with the Kaiser. I'll just run away for a quick input there. This is random between 100 and 150 damage. So Kaiser works like the dragon spells. You need max AP to do full damage. But instead of being capped at 512, it's 999 damage. It's got a longer cast time, so you won't see me cast it too much. I'll be opting for a Thunder Dragon if I need to use a dragon spell. And Ray's speech here is another good thing. As far as a plot, like, says that he was adopted, and while he knew he was kind of on the wrong path, it was the only life he knew. But to awaken the strength of the Kaiser, strength of Eco is needed. He's happy that he was able to do that for Ryu, and hopes he can create a better world. Choked up there. Oh, one more thing. Yeah, Ray, a guy you just meet randomly, you don't really think you're gonna run into him again, and then out of nowhere he comes. Treated you so well in the past. that stinks. That was good. Come on. There's our level 26 Nina. Like I said, that helps for speed, defense, and the spell Angel's also helpful. The kind thing the game could have done, it offered to allow us to change our party after the cutscene a minute ago. But it should have just forced Rand into your party, because he's required here. This is the only time you encounter a breakable wall. We don't have to talk to Daisy. I'm just trying to save you. Even with the attack up, Ram won't one-shot these unless he crits. It's just better to use a dragon. You saw there that the dragon did 464 damage, so I was 2 AP away from my max. Wasn't sure if Ryu would make that damage roll. We're in defense formation, so our offense modifiers are not as high. Shoot. Don't panic, you're not dead yet. I'll push this back. Yeah. Correct. We'll use Angel Nina. Her special ability in battle is to banish enemies. Yup, rip Ram Mom. Mom! What are you doing, you dumb son? Go quickly. You should always listen to your mother. You still have things to do, don't you? That's right, you're a good boy. My cheeks still get rosy from that scene. Especially when I read it out loud. In that chest, there's a blast knuckle for Ram, but it's not better than the Moondrop. These guys are annoying. They have a really high attack and 300 HP. You gotta fight two of them back to back. So I'll use attack up on the first fight. Excuse me. And then the second fight, I'll just use a Dragon Ryu. If I don't get a chance to heal here. Egg Beer is just one of the poorly translated things. It just means extra attack. Or double attack. Ah, I've recovered. So that's a guts roll there. Fireball crits will kill these guys. Alright, no encounters. So the next battle is the one to save our father. The game doesn't tell you it's your father, but you're given some hints if you kill him. It's a tough fight. You can see 3 eyeballs. One casts Cure 3, which is a 120 group heal. Another casts Flame, which does damage to everyone. And the third one casts Freeze. If you kill a target, the default target would be your father. And if you just use a dragon, it kills your father because he has the lowest HP in the battle. So unlike the dragon spells, the puppies actually have elemental hits. I'm going to throw 2 ice chunks, which is going to crit hail twice. That's going to destroy the bottom eye and do some chip damage to the other enemies. I'll use a fire puppy on the left eye, who's weak to fire, and I'll just leave me with the right eye. Can't win the battle in 1 round. Take out the 2 eyes. Normally it's a 2-round fight. Oh, some people use freeze on the bottom eye in case Nina has like a 1 to 16 chance of being targeted by freeze, and more than likely she would die to flame and the freeze combo. So I just like throwing out 2 ice chunks and taking care of the bottom eye that way. So, like the fire rock, the ice chunk is a spell hail and does a guaranteed crit. And instead of doing 256 damage, the puppy does 512 again because it's weak to a fire. Yeah, with the pre-Moondrop glitch, the good ending didn't take as much time because you were doing some backtracking, but it's always been slower than just the neutral ending, and for whatever reason, people have just ran the good ending. I chalk it up to a 7-hour run. Do the right thing. So saving your father's one part of it. The other part is to get the township to fly, which we already met those requisites by inspecting the well and talking to the inventor chick. Interestingly enough, if you don't save your father, you don't get the warp point to gate, and then it's kind of anticlimactic just leaving this area. Flying the gate's not a big deal, but it's a nice little touch that the game does. Your father kind of gives you a hint and tells you a little bit of backstory. I'd say doing the good ending probably cost 5 to 7 minutes. Between just detours. Doesn't really add much to that fight. But just yeah, the detours and then watching this little scene here. One little touch that I didn't notice for a long time. When you first start the game, it's black and white. And as soon as you go in the backwoods, it changes the color when you see your sister and father. Here they do the opposite. We'll go into the flashback in color, and then when the game carries on where we don't know what happens, it actually switches to black and white. That's where we last seen them. This part we never heard about. Alas, we find out that the demon who attacked the tree, a wise tree, and lost his memory, also took the memories of the people of Gate. Patty is Yule your sister? The game doesn't come out and say it outright. There's subtle little hints. Your sister has her memory erased. But he was hooked up to a machine that was sending energy to the demon, and that's what the other people are doing. And our father also hints that while Saint Habit has been destroyed, like, we need to find out what's going on. A little bit of cooking here. I'm gonna cook some dinkers to raise Nina's agility, outspeed the field enemies, and Infinity. And I'm also gonna make a few biscuits. Biscuits do a full group heal, but they also cast the defense up bonus, which is a 20% defense bonus. So combining 2 dinkers will make a biscuit. And the dinker itself is the item that raises your agility. You can combine 4 frisbees to make a biscuit, but it takes up one frisbee will take up a slot in your inventory. You have a 1 in 8 chance to fail cooking. Sad if I failed the biscuit. Sometimes you'll get a bonus item, and if it fails, you'll see charcoal, or you'll receive charcoal. Right, got our 2 biscuits. Make 2 more dinkers here. Say that's good enough. Well, part of the good inning is actually getting the town to fly. And seeing this scene. A lot of people actually think the neutral ending's more of a true ending. The run will probably be cut short, respectfully so. Due to the soft lock that happened earlier that I put myself 40 minutes behind. The difference between the 2 endings is, in this ending, Ganner, your father, crashes township on top of the seal at the end of the game. And then the neutral ending, Ryu fulfills the role that his mother's doing right now, which is being the Kaiser Dragon guarding the seal. So it's kind of silly that a town will somehow stop a demon from regaining power. Nothing else will. Right, I'm gonna make a detour to get the Holy Shaman. If I progress the game anymore, we're gonna lose our ability to call for the Great Bird. And there's no war point to Bondo. Even though I'm gonna be going back to Kotlin immediately after a little bit of plot. There's no fast way to get down here. Good fight. And any other enemy, blue doesn't do enough damage to be worth attacking. Just better off attacking. Those guys have 300 health. Alright. Can't cast exit in these other areas of the dungeon, but luckily you can from that room. There's our holy shaman. Like I said, we haven't had the warp point for gate up until the scene with Ganner. We've been going around the town. It wouldn't have been much to drop in, but we get it for free here. You have to come here during the day for this part. But conveniently, since the trees were dying, creature here claims it. Well, he doesn't say it, but it must be the work of the dragon. They use a bomb to blow it up. They need the dragon expert. Paul claims that Patty is the dragon expert. I'm Patty. This is one kind of clue that Patty's Yule, our sister. Yeah, with the release of those lesser demons, if I try to summon Mina, she'll be chased away. So the main gate to Infinity has not been released, but the side paths have. So it's a little bit faster to enter Infinity and cast exit than to walk all the way out. We're going to be saying hello to the Devil Shaman, but we won't recruit her. Hello, Devil Shaman. Hello, and goodbye. And last time we saw Patty was at Kotlin. We're going to talk to a guard. He's going to mention that she was hungry. But the game sends you on this wild goose chase to 4 or 5 different places. And then she ultimately ends up in Township. But actually, after talking to this guy, you can just go to Township and she'll be there. And they have you go to the Wildcat restaurant, these two, I forget where else. So I'm going to fuse Nina to create Angel Nina. When you enter cutscenes, or if your HP reaches less than a quarter of health remainder, your shamanized characters are cancelled. Now we will experiment with souls. Do you need an explanation? Yes. Alright, let's join. Another mistranslated thing. So I'm gonna fuse Nina, but I'm not gonna have her in my active party. Live or die. There's a cutscene after the next fight. So it's faster just to have her pre-fused. And then cast exit and go to the dragon statue and put her in my party. Then it's to come all the way back here. And whenever you do a shaman transformation, whatever buffs or enhancements to stats, like I got a 50% agility boost there. It's whatever the current stats are, so that's why I wanted to use the Dinkers. If you level up, those stats don't scale, you have to refuse the character, but we're good with the 26. There's a few enemies in Infinity. Again, because of the nature of random agility between 0 and 7, that could be faster. Then Nina. Go with Spar here. Habaruku, he has several different AE attacks. Spar has the best chance of tanking one of those hits. Gate. And I'll save my game, Marathon Safety. There's a text box after Habaruku to get the good ending, or basically the bad ending, or to continue the game. You don't want to select the default one. Habaruku, or should I say Baba Ruku, as you'll see in battle. He has 2,500 health. I'm going to use one Kaiser, try to fruit up. I won't get a second max Kaiser. But with 2 fruits, Ryu will do a dragon for about 850 damage. 847. And then we'll use attack up on Rand. Foolish girl. Habaruku reveals his great plan. Just pretend to be the village priest. Our father's home was quite comfortable. Reveals that the key to opening the gates is the death of a dragon clansman, which is another hint that Ryu looks a little too strong, so I'll pick Patty. No, no, save me. No, I want my big brother. But the dragon uses headbutt. Super effective. The characters never say, like, Ryu never acknowledges Patty as being his sister and vice versa. But she does have the line there, as if her memory's kind of restored that she knows she has a brother. And drains AP. That's fine. Better than a tier 3 spell, Missile, Bolt X, Fireball. Oh, there is Missile. So that's a Wind Element, the strongest in the game. That's one of the spells that does require a certain mood for a character to cast. Sten eventually learns it. Nina and Blue gets at 38. There we go. The dragon, who we find out is our mother, words this nicely. We've stopped all the believers, St. Eva, and no more energy is being sent to the demon. But eventually the demon is going to regain its strength and break through the gate, but there's no telling if it'll be tomorrow or 100 years from now. We're given the choice to either fight the demon or not to. If you choose not to, it just goes to a screen where it says the moment that Ryu relax for a moment, that the demon sees the moment and not even Ryu and his friends could stop him. So it's kind of a choice of just RNG of life, of who knows what's the right decision. And your father kind of hints at this too. We want to select the view. One thing with the text in this game, it moves faster if you hold B, so I'm holding B the entire game, but those text boxes, you start to get scared because more than likely you're going to butcher one of them. So you kind of learn to throw the hand away from the controller, but you get in the habit of always holding B. If you tap B, it actually goes to the default option. So I have had that happen a few times where going to select my option, went to hold B, and it ended up switching the answer. If you select the wrong choice, I'm not sure if you say like, oh no. I think it would allow you to back up or back out. You would just have to notice that it selected the other option and then choose no when it kind of like, are you sure? I have yet to test it. Goodbye, Marie. You can see a scene where she comes to the surface and meets Scanner. But again, we're gonna enter Infinity, cast exits faster, and we're gonna use the dragon statue to switch in Nina. So casually, Infinity sucks. For a speedrun, it's a fitting end to a long speedrun, just between the music and the atmosphere of the dungeon. You'll see why this place is called Infinity. Alita. Easy. So you see right away that Banish won't always land. Main thing is protect Angelina. Again, she has a 1/16 chance of being attacked, being in the 4 slot. And even for Infinity, that's alright, quite a few fights. This is the one that enemies without using those stingers that can be faster than you. And they use Sweet Breath, and if they put the whole party to sleep, it's really annoying. Blue's faster than Nina. Death has a really good chance of landing on these guys. And they give a good amount of XP. The only level I really care about is getting Ryu to level 28. And he's 1,000 experience away, so he'll hit that, but it's still a good safety measure to just use Death on something like the big hand there. Before having infinite AE healing items, we would get Blue up to 38, and between having level 38, the Wind Robe, and 2 fast shoes, she'd be faster than Death Evan. And could heal based on what he did. That level is no longer required, so we just preemptively AE heal every turn. These guys you can use Angel on. Angel's a reverse death spell. Actually, with 2 of them, I'll often use it for the first turn. When your main character is dead, the game often defaults to the last person in your party to attack. So leaving a character dead or even risking having one dead is not advisable, because it raises the odds of Nina being attacked. At that fight there with the 2 little robot eyes, if Banish fails, I just have the Empire Sword it's ready to be casted. It would one-shot those things. Yeah, not a lot to say here. Nature of the beast. It stinks though, because without using Angel Nina here, you're bound through. But again, if a character gets to less than quarter health, or if they die, you lose a shaman transformation. So it's not really until this part of the game that it really unlocks the full potential of being able to do a bunch of cool fusions. And then you're stuck where if you die, you have to decide if you want to go back to the cast exit. What would have helped is that they should have made a warp spot out of Dogony. It's the halfway point. It's a little over halfway. One more room. I'll actually show you a way to get shamanized characters back into the dungeon. Maybe we'll see how it goes. Doesn't have enough AP. 2 weeks actually, like a spell. Those things never have the AP to be able to cast a spell. Instead they just cast a spell 2 weeks. You definitely don't want to cast Exit. You cast Exit in Part 1 in Infinity or Infinity 1, you'll go to the surface. If you cast it in Infinity 2, you'll go to Dogony. This encounter rate is brutal for even Infinity. Nice. Those guys can cast Fireball and some other fun spells that have potential to take your Angel Nina. If I lost her now, it wouldn't be the end of the world. She at least got me this far. You lose her early in the dungeon, you pretty much want to cast Exit. Death has a small chance to work, but kind of as a safety measure, I'll try it. That chest has the final knuckle for Ran, but again, the Moondrop is stronger. Just about done with Infinity one. There's Fire Breath. If he follows this up with Fire Breath, I might lose Angel Nina. Help. There. I could just use the moon drop. Yeah. That was a really bad Infinity one. I apologize, I'm losing my voice. It's 3 days this week with the flu, just finally recovering from it. Yeah, this town has a shop and they're like, oh, Destin Child, let us help you out, and they don't give you anything for free. There's no armor shop, but they'll sell you fish. So he talks about it, finally the last villain of the game. The true villain is Barberry. Oh, I guess I lied. The other little tie is from the goddess of Miria was the spawn that was left behind, and that's what the villain of this game is. It. So coming up, you need the Infinity spell. Excuse me. And here's a shot of Infinity showing you why it's called that. New layers. The Infinity spell doesn't do anything other than a plot device for the final fight. You can't skip it. But we're going to do what's called the Infinity skip, which is skipping it. The idea is to use Angel Nita to get us to the bottom of Infinity with their banish spell. And then using exit, coming back here to Dogony, and then going to the Infinity gates for the cutscene, and doing a death warp to get to the bottom of Infinity. If it works out right, it can save you a minute or two. And if it doesn't work out, it costs you a few minutes. So if I happen to lose Nina before the gates, I'll do the Infinity scene and then I'll have to fight my way down. But if I can keep her, we'll keep plowing through. The enemies get nastier in part 2 of Infinity. I guess I'll throw out a few other things. Well, I'll get time later on. Nice. Those guys can be nasty if they all use Fire Breath. They'll chip away 50 damage from everyone. So there's the trigger for the Infinity Gates in that door, the upper right. Those guys are real jerks. They can cast Hail, have a high crit rate. We'll see more of them. But hopefully not. They drop Cat's ultimate weapon though, the Meow Staff. Yeah, if you wanted to, if you got to Dogony and you wanted to get like if you had the party I have right now, and say you lost Angel Nina, you could save the game at the statue, cast exit, end up at the surface, refuse her, take her out of the active party, and do a death warp, and then you'll end up at the dragon statue, and then you can bring in Nina or any shaman character doing that method. Just do the death warp without them in your active party. Come on, turtle. You pal. Cat's we used to get her some XP and have her fight a little bit, but she just doesn't get enough attack to do a noticeable amount of damage for Death Event. Just about there too, Barberry. So phase 1 Barberry, you gotta take him down 1250 health. And then you'll offer the challenge Ryu one-on-one. And we want to say no to that. I am not a brave man of the dragon. So part of this is being faster than Barberry with Ryu. Voltex. Ah, that's unfortunate. Bum. So the fruit ended up killing him. Got me all confused. And I wanted to be in normal formation. That saved my bacon. As Barberry gets closer to death, especially when he's at 1250 HP or less, his attack and defense go way up. So his melee attack could be doing over 200 damage. Ryu there. Ugh. Fatigue set in. I didn't use a moon drop with the girls. Yeah, I'll just be quiet to focus here. That wasn't too bad because I didn't waste a wise bomb. Hopefully he does hopefully he doesn't attack, you'll just do a breath attack, which is a fixed amount of damage. There we go. Nasty fight, but we got through. That first death had me. Ideally, you get through the first round of combat, and because we don't have enough wise BLs to restore reuse AP 5 times, we only have 3. We have to make it up with fruit, and that's where the death occurred. If you fight him solo, he'll give you a hint that if you go right, you can get the treasure. Which prevents the death spell on the character. Save our game. So yeah, my apologies to the other runners. Had an unfortunate soft lock in the game and put us 40 minutes behind. On average, I sub 7 a run. Give myself some extra time just in case parts that can be really trolly is the first hour of the game and then Infinity. Hail, if Hail crits, it'll kill these guys in one hit. I could have just done the Hail and attack. Alright. So about 6 minutes of plot here. Brave Men of the Dragon. Do you have any more questions? Yes. Alright, let's find that strength. We're going to be asked to sacrifice one of our friends for this great plot point power. Of course, the answer to everything in life is power of friendship is greater than all. So we're going to end up choosing ourselves. We have to talk to our friends first. They don't tell you why you're talking to them, but they all mention that you're a great guy and they'll do anything for you. Blue doesn't have a door. I assume just because she's an optional character. Yeah, after this, we'll do a death warp. And then we're not far from the final boss. I would say about 25 minutes. So I'll use this opportunity to kind of say my thank yous, because we'll have to jump immediately to the race. Yeah, so thank you so much, High Spirits and me, for allowing me to run this game. It's been a lot of fun, and you guys have been awesome today. Appreciate the support through the unfortunate soft lock, and then just everything else. All been great. And also a shout to the Breath of Fire community. This is a game that got me into speedrunning, so those guys have been great to me since day one. And if anyone's interested in learning this game or any of the other Breath of Fire games, it's all in one-stop shop, notes and everything else. Bowie and the others have made a big effort to try to raise the awareness of we exist, the Breath of Fire community, and they're great games to run. Actually, I like Bo. His special ability shot can kill an enemy in one hit. I apologize about my father alert. I have it disabled, but thank you so much for the follows. Really appreciate it. And then the other game that I run, I've picked up and have really enjoyed is Chrono Cross. So as of now, Chrono Cross and Breath of Fire 2 have been two main games I've picked up. Like I said, none of you speedrun, whoever's listening to this. I've heard the stories from others, like they just tried on a whim, and that was me, watching speedruns for several years, the GDQs on YouTube, and this was, while not my favorite game, it was the game that kind of had me interested to try speedrunning. I agree with others that I've heard over time mention that it should be a game that you enjoy and doesn't necessarily have to be your favorite game. Last door here, and then we'll have to deal with the door with our inner self. And for anyone joining late, I guess I'll iterate a few more points. I think I used that word wrong. But the reason why I didn't run away from fights in this game is that your chances to flee are just so poor, which makes one of the interesting challenges is learning how to deal with all the random encounters. The XP just happens to work out really well for the end game. The switch glitch which gives us a Moondrop, a powerful weapon that's going to make Rand the God Slayer that he is. Gives us twin attack and 64 attack power. For the other characters, they just don't have enough strength to make use of it at this point in the game. But one of the byproducts is it gives us infinite AE healing items. So that glitch alone kind of simplifies a lot of fights in the beginning and really puts the run in bubble wrap. From doing a few speedruns, like I said, Chrono Cross, but some others, learning the pains of a game where if you game over and it just goes to the main screen, that could be a pain, but this game, it just picks up at a dragon statue. You have to say no here 3 times. If we say yes once, we have to leave and then come back. And because of the Moondrop, Ryu becomes not the strongest character he usually is. Hopefully get a good ideal fight for a Death Ward. And just recently, there's been a few runners on the Nico boards that have picked up this game, which is awesome. Moondrop glitch been around for a year now. It's trying to get attention in other communities. There we go. I used Shed with blue. Gives her defense down. Even though it gives her a full heal. Kind of help with this Death Ward here. I really would have preferred you attack me now. There we go. Going into the final battle, if Ryu's not in the lead, it reorganizes your party. And I want Rand to be in the second slot, so I switched him right now while I was thinking about it. These guys have 520 health. And on a Sonic Boom, finish them up. Alright, between the final fight and a little dialogue here, about 10 minutes. Pre-warning for the race. Don't understand? Hikaru is the word for dead beings, and that is you. You're all dead. Life is meaningless in those crystals. Oh, you say this is strength of the destined child? You think that you are more powerful than I, God? I don't appreciate that. Ran. He wandered around the world because of his boredom, and he met Ryu. But now his life is over. You quietly watch as your friends disappear. Blue, one of the brave heroes who destroyed the goddess Mira. She met Ryu and became friends, but now her life is over. You know, she was chased out of the royal family because of her black wings, but continued to support him. But now, her life is no more. If you have shamanized characters, when they die from this cutscene, they're still fused afterwards. And I just love that, like, Ryu is so shocked to the core he can't even move that you literally have to rock the D-pad to shake him out of that. Yeah, I guess phase 1, it really, Death Heaven only has one phase. But he does have a phase with Ryu. He just casts Explode over and over again. It cuts your HP in half. Just for fun, I have used a save state and just had him cast it over and over again. And once you get down to 1 HP, it will kill you at that point. That's the only move he does. You have to cast Infinity to bring back your friends. So Death Heaven has several AE attacks. I'm just going to preemptively heal with the vanilla extract. I don't want to use the Moondrop because again it will remove any buffs like attack up. So we'll get attack up on Ryu and Ran. They're just gonna, it's faster to beat them down than the old strat where we used to use Kaiser Dragons. One issue with that old strat was if Death Heaven used God's Power, which absorbs AP and HP and heals them, you don't get a max dragon and basically the round's canceled out. So it consumes the AE healing item and Wise Ball. So it's hard to have like a proper inventory go into the final game. You don't want to spend too much time to have abundance of healing items, but again, you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot at the end of the run. But the infinite healing power, the bugged weapons, no longer an issue. And even if that glitch wasn't found out, even in glitchless, we attack them. attack that weapon, which is faster. Oh, sorry. Where are the buttons? I have 2 medicates that cast attack up. They're last resorts if I have to use them. Unlucky. Full route, that wouldn't be bad. Anytime you saw a non-AE attack. Oh shoot, I got... Oh, that's good. It would have been bad if I used the medicate with Nina without healing. That's what we want to see. From you, Ran. Nice. This fight makes it look like the preemptive heal is a waste. But actually, average from run to run, it really doesn't cost that much time to spam at every turn. Ooh. Only blue resist that. There's God's power. When he gets down to, Death Heaven has 10,000 HP by the way. When he's down to 4,000 or less, he can use Bone Laser. It's a non-elemental spell that hits everyone between 100 and 150 damage. Here's that wise bomb. Saved one from weird strats on Barrowberry. Final Kaiser. Perfect example of why Kaiser strats weren't too good. Life and 60 HP and a few AP. There we go. That's our God Slayer. Again, with twin attack, if the first hit crits, the second one will always crit. But if you don't get a crit the first hit, the game will roll to see if you get a crit on the second hit. Should be dead real quick. Not this turn. Bad fight. We'll get there one way or another. There we go. There we go. Thank you again, everyone. I'll continue to master the credits. Said my goodbyes. Apologize once again. Cut over whenever you want, High Spirits. And thank you so much for having me and for the GGs. Whoever's last in our party will say something here. We'll let Ran have the final word. Actually, Ryu will actually speak if he's in the final slot. Ran says we did it, Mom. I'll show the Ryu, because we don't get to hear from him. And once again, the world record for the English is 6:33 by Mken, and I got a 6:40. I think Jenna is pushing 6:50. And Almagus's 709 run is pre-Herb glitch. The Herb glitch was the first discovery of the glitch weapons, and then evolved to the Moondrop. So Almagus didn't have any, so his 709 is absolutely amazing. Maybe one day he'll return to the run. That is a man who runs mini games. Creds here have two parts. The first requires text mashing, but it shows the good Indian or in the neutral. And then it goes into a rolling credits. Has a really good theme to it. The music in the game is really good. The only bad thing about this game is it doesn't hold up too well, and as far as modern gaming, it just requires a lot of grinding. but the plot is really good. And it is a fun game, even though it punishes new people. Yeah, the soft lock, I was using some death warps, so I was purposely not saving the game, and I had a very rare, unfortunate soft lock that cost me 40 minutes. Just in game time alone, let alone me saying, what do I do? All in all, it cost me about 50 minutes. Yep, with the township, it basically verifies the good ending. Alright, so again, thank you. The runners are ready for the race for Mystic Quest, so good luck to y'all. As soon as the pound crashes here, get ready to shut the stream down.